devices. So for English, please choose channel 1. So you turn on, you have a gadget like this on your desk, or sorry, at your table. So for English, please select channel 1. For French, channel 2. For Spanish, channel 3. Portuguese, channel 4. Español? Good. French? Lino, Portuguese 4. C'est bon? Anyone who needs help? Are we all settled with the languages? So I do not see any hand up, so I believe we are all settled. Buenos días a todos y a todas. Bon dia. Bonjour tout le monde. A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a wonderful day to be here. I hope you're feeling great, as I am, as we start this occasion. And before we continue, I'd like us to start with the national anthem. We are hosted here in Kenya, so we should have the Kenya national anthem. So let's be upstanding, please. Media team, the Kenya national anthem, please.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
We have 4 official languages: English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. And one of our members one time, Binta, challenged the network members, like, by the next meeting, we should be able to speak at least 1 sentence in French. I don't know who did their homework. For the PAL network members that are here, who wants to showcase that they actually did their homework? No one? Goretti? It's 1 word, but it's a sentence. Could we get the microphone? Yes? Bonjour. Thank you, thank you. Let's clap for Goretti once. She was courageous enough to know also that, you know, bonjour is a complete sentence. But anyway, as we did this assessment, I also had a chance to visit Mexico. And I know we are talking about assessment. I am sure, mis amigas de Mexico, are waiting to hear whether I also learned something. And I'm going to be assessed at the end of the day. So I hope I will remember to put in a few sentences here and there to showcase what I learned. But anyway, you're most welcome to this session. Really excited to have you all. I am not sure if you have said hi to your neighbor to your right and the left. Please do so. I'm only giving you 3 seconds. So turn to the left, turn to the right, and say hi. If possible, in a new language. Thank you. I see that we might continue speaking for so long, but this is great. I see smiles. That's what I was looking for. That everybody get to smile this morning. So we are privileged to have different representations here, and we shall get to know that in the next session. But warmly welcoming colleagues from Latin America, from South Asia, from Africa, from Europe. I don't know if I'm missing somewhere else, but we'll get to know where our colleagues are from, and many countries are represented. A short assignment. I need someone to figure out at some point, how many countries do you think are represented in the room? Said, do you have a number? 17, 18, so we shall check and confirm whether that's correct. But anyway, thank you so much. I'd now like to welcome Armando, the CEO of PAL Network, to give us the opening remarks. And over to you, Armando. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Thank you, Winnie. Again, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Karibuni sana Kenya. Karibuni sana kwa PAL Network. And it's such a privilege for me to be here with you today. And I wanted to start by acknowledging that your presence is really very, very important for us. It says a lot. It says a lot about how big our family is and how committed we are to deliver quality learning for our children. As we recognize your presence, I would like to help each one to have a sense of who is in the room. And I will start in a very atypical way, starting with those people who are from the house. They should be the last, but I will start with them. Can I please ask all PAL Network members to stand, and as they stand, please clap for them. Thank you. Please stand, all the members from different countries. Thank you, thank you. So we have here members coming from 15 different countries, members of the PAL Network from South Asia, Africa, and Latin America. But we also have friends, those people in different sectors of society that are helping us on a daily basis. Our partners from district level, national level, global levels, providing support to the PAL Network. If you feel that you are one of those partners providing special support in any area, please stand up. We want to appreciate you. Please stand up. Please stand up. Yes, please. I know there are more. Yes. There are much more. Please appreciate them. Thank you very much for coming and for honoring our this event. We also have people that are unusual faces in our experience as a family. We are very used of having this gathering from years to years, but most of times we are among civil society organizations. And I can fear for some of you, you are feeling some fear inside. Because today we have also government officials. And I will name them by country, so you get used of dealing with them more closely. So we have the honor of having representations from almost 10 countries with government officials who came to engage with us and discuss the evidence that we are sharing during this forum. Starting from the Americas, those who traveled the most, we have from Mexico, Dr. Jesus Ofelia Angulo. ¿Está? No. Y Dr. Alonso Méndez Guzmán. No está? Oh, okay. But I met them yesterday, so I hope they will be finding their way to reach the room. But we also have from Pakistan, Dr. Shahid Soroya. Please clap for him. And Dr. Zubda Zia Rehman. Thank you. Thank you for honoring with your presence. From Bangladesh, we have Dilruba Ahmed and Farah Alam. I hope. Okay. But we notice the presence of Bangladesh, and we are very happy to have your representation. From Mali, we have our friends Nyori Keita and Abba Mohamed Kaif Owa. Thank you again for being with us. We are moving to Mozambique. Mozambique, we also have representation of two government officials, Mr. Patricio Mazivile and Nuno de Flusip Bento. From Botswana, we have Mrs. Veronica Moshotili. I tried my best. Thank you. From Uganda, we have also Dr. Timothy Shejoba. Thank you for honoring us. From Tanzania, we have also Mr. Musa Swila. Here. Oh, there. Thank you for coming. And from Kenya, we have a big delegation, of course. But I will leave some of the names to be introduced at the end, because we have also a rare presence in our discussions, and I mean our family. We have representatives from Parliament. And here we have Honorable Abdul Haro. I don't know if he is already here, but we also have Honorable Lyndon Otieno. They will be in some of our sessions to discuss the evidence from the perspectives of parliamentarians. And of course, we have our guest of honor from the Minister of Education, the head of foundational learning programs at the Minister of Education, and I would like to also invite you to give a big round of applause to Mr. Martin Kungaya, who is here. We are a civil society organization. Sometimes we do things not following the protocols. So forgive us if we are not mentioning all the titles that will honor you. But this is our how do we call it? The kind of informality that sometimes we have. But that doesn't mean that we don't recognize the important role of all of you in the different capacities that you are representing us today. I don't want to take long, but there are two things that I also wanted to mention. We were expecting to have also in this meeting two among our friends who unfortunately life decided to take from us. I would like to take this opportunity to also recognize and honor Dr. Abdul Salah Fall from Senegal and Mr. Bourema Touré from Mali, who passed this year. So in recognition of their contribution to this family, I would like to ask us to stand and pay a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. Last but not least, I have introduced you in different capacities, but there is one thing that is also part of you, and we would like to request you to bring that side to this meeting. I'm sure that behind any title that you are carrying, you are either a parent or a grandparent or a caretaker of someone. Bring that perspective of a parent, a grandparent, a mother, a caretaker of someone, because that is very important. That is beyond any title that we carry. We would like to engage with you in that capacity as well. For this event, which we are expecting to be very engaging, this morning we are going to spend essentially sharing the evidence from a study that we conducted in 12 countries, and that will provide the data of foundational learning in those countries, and the morning will essentially be dedicated to discuss those issues. In the afternoon, we will have 3 parallel sessions, and we will have discussions around specific topics, and we are also expecting that you will choose the topic of your interest. After the discussions in the different parallel, we also have a plenary to summarize what is coming from the evidence and what's coming also from the interaction that we have with other members that are present here. We know that bringing people to one place is not easy, and we don't want you just to sit and discuss the issues that we have. We want you also to connect, to exchange experiences, to learn from each other, to have time for networking. So the afternoon and the evening will be reserved for that. And of special interest is a celebration of Parla 10 that will happen from 6:30 in the evening, which we are inviting all of you to come to celebrate with us, but also for networking with others. And tomorrow morning, we will have a session that is essentially focused on engaging with our policymakers in the House, and also having specific workshops to see if we can find the best ways to address the learning crisis that we are currently living. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to give a brief overview of who is in the room, what we are expecting to do during these days. But I would like to invite the chair of the PAL Network Board to make her opening remarks to you. Thank you very much. Dr. Claudia, please.
Thank you, Armando. And good morning, everyone. Bonjour, bienvenue. Buenos días a todos y todas, bienvenidos. And I don't think I can manage in Portuguese. Bom dia. So, let me join Armando in greeting all of you and in celebrating your presence and in celebrating the first 10 years of the PAL network. It's a huge achievement that has brought us together today. And as Armando was saying, I hope it's a time to celebrate, to connect, to talk about the way forward, and to cheer for many more years of work. So thank you all, and thank you to the PAL Secretariat who has put on a lot of work to put this together, to set up this beautiful venue, and to prepare very rich content that we will be discussing today and tomorrow. So looking out at this room, at all the policymakers here, the partners, the educators, the friends, the youth, which we haven't mentioned yet. I see 2 young people here with us, and we welcome you and thank you for being here. I am filled with immense gratitude, as I know we are all filled with immense gratitude for the hard work that's being done. Thank you all for being here. I know many of you traveled long hours to be today at this venue and to be awake and with energy after very, very long flights. So your presence validates the last 10 years of relentless work and a shared belief, a common cause. We are not here just to discuss data. We are here because of a story, because of a commitment. A story that begins with a simple question asked over and over again in homes across South Asia, Africa, and the Americas. Are our children learning? 20 years ago, a small group of dedicated people realized something profound. The official school statistics weren't telling us the whole picture. They told us how many people were in school, but not how many people were actually learning. And if we couldn't see the problem clearly, we would not be able to fix it, right? That simple shared concern and belief became the seed of the PAL network. It wasn't founded in a massive conference room. It was born in the villages, in the communities, in the families. It was created by people who believed that local citizens could be the ones to shine a light on the crisis. We were founded on 3 non-negotiable beliefs: our mission, our promise to every child. So first, our mission was to measure all, because a learning crisis is not solved if we only count the easiest children to reach, right? We must go to the child in the remote village, the child in the marginalized community, and the child with a disability that has been hidden from official statistics. We must reach them all. We have to measure early because we need to identify the problem early enough to have time to correct it. We can't afford to wait until the end of primary. It's late for solving this problem. And we have to measure well because our evidence has to be rigorous. It has to be clear, and it has to be internationally comparable to allow stakeholders to trust and act on it at the community, at the subnational, at the national, the regional, and the global levels. And today, that commitment has brought us here to launch the ICAN-ICAR Report. This isn't just a simple report. It's a mosaic built from the dedication of tens of thousands of ordinary citizens. They are our volunteers, the grandmothers, the youth leaders who went door to door patiently, sitting one-on-one with nearly 90,000 children. This powerful data is a collective product, and we have to thank all of you for this. It's the result of a shared effort across 12 countries in the world. So we thank you, our partners, for fueling this mission, for supporting it, and for turning this belief and this commitment into a reality. So why did we do this? We did it for the 7-year-old in Bandiagara, Mali, who deserves to read a simple story and understand it. We did it for the 10-year-old in Mawanpur, Nepal, who needs to solve basic math problems to help her family. This data is their voice. This forum, this report and evidence now belongs to you. The ICAN-ICAR data shows the gaps. Yes, there's a long way to go, but it also shows the immense opportunity that we have right now to work and to close this gap. We must use this evidence to promote foundational learning, to support local action plans that reach the child with the disability, the child who might be out of sight, and the child whose learning was disrupted by an emergency. This is how we achieve the holistic vision of SDG 4, 4.1.1a for the technicalities, not just meeting a goal on paper, but changing lives on the ground. So, dear friends, colleagues, partners, as we move forward, I urge every policymaker, every partner, every friend, don't just read the report, engage with the data. Feel the weight of those millions of children's futures that depend on our hard work. Let the evidence guide your policy, fuel your funding, inspire your commitment. So thank you again from the bottom of our hearts for your presence and your unwavering support. Let us all leave here tomorrow renewed in our promise and in our commitment to ensure that every single child not only dreams of a better future, but has the foundational learning to build it and make it come true. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Claudia, and also Armando, for that very first session that we have gotten. And we are here because of our children, right? We did not clap for them nicely. So I just want to give them 2 hearty claps. 1, 2, 3, go. Aha. We are going to learn numeracy at some point as we go on. But don't worry. We are not leaving any child behind. We are not leaving anyone behind. So don't worry. We will soon learn how to count 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 10, okay? So thank you so much. And I'd like us to move to the next segment. And as the media team puts this up, we would like to see the journey of the PAL network. We have seen the members that are represented, the children that they represent from the different countries, different constituencies, who we have, or we all acknowledge that are very important to us. We are here because of them. And we say that we are here because of all children, as Claudia has said, and not some, all. David? Okay. Is it working? It's not. So we are going to do something. Field trial. For ICAN-ICAR, we did 3 of them, not just 1. So for this video, are we doing 1 or 2 or 3? We will get the sound and we will get back to it. So I suggest that we pause that a little bit, David, so you will we'll sort it out. When we try and something is not working, we change tactic, right? Awesome. So, as we defer that to a later time, I'd like us to keep moving to the next session. And we have gotten a little bit of nuggets from Claudia telling us that we will interact with the results. Sorry? Sorry, okay. So we shall be getting that at some point in our hands. But before then, we have a team who will help us get highlights from the report. And I'd like to welcome Moichepi Macheng from Youth Impact Botswana. Sorry, ma'am. Who is going to lead us in this session. Let's clap for her as she comes. And I am glad that she smiled. You know, when we started, I was like, we will need to smile. Because if people are not smiling, I will be a little bit sad. So please, each time, remember that. So over to you, Moichepi.
Morning. Wow, so wonderful to stand up here and see all your faces. And as Winnie shared, we're here for the children. So this next session is really exciting for many reasons. So for the past decades, the PAL network has really led a movement in generating foundational learning data across the global south. And we know, those that are sitting in this room and tuning in online, that these foundational skills like numeracy and literacy are the building blocks for lifelong learning and opportunity for our children. And this comes, the launch of the report, at such a critical time as countries, partners, citizens are collectively seeking to move from a commitment to action and ensuring learning for all. And this session marks a milestone moment for all of us, those that care deeply about learning outcomes and also raising awareness and also advancing education equity. So with this session, we have the report and we want to critically look at some of the highlights based on what can we take from this report. So this next session will follow to hear from our partners, from parents, from government officials, as well as our 2 VIPs, children, on this morning. So we'll call each up to reflect but also to share their views on some of the highlights from this report. First up, would love to call Usman Mohammed, who is our assessment manager from the PAL network, to share with us how the journey and the process and all the in-betweens, Usman, on how that's been. Please come on stage, Usman.
Thank you so much, and very good morning to everyone. If we can have my presentation up. So I will take the least time because this is the boring part. For most of you who have been part of this movement for the past 5, 6, 7 years, since we started building on our common assessments. But for those who are just joining us today, I will provide a little bit of context of where we are coming from, and then we will hear from our guests to see how do we use the data that is in front of us now. Let's see if it works. Oh, it works. Okay. So, like I was saying, we've been working for almost 6 years now, since 2019, 2018, when we started looking at our legacy CLAs, which were conducted in country based on their national curriculums for almost a decade by then. But the data that we were having were not directly comparable. So the task that we were given as a network, that how do we build a framework that if we used at nationally representative level in multiple countries, we can put that data together and look at it as one, right? So that's where the Common Assessment Initiative comes from. So if I keep saying common assessment, so you'll know that's what I mean. But the goal behind is to generate learning data up to date for SDG 411A, and to have that data used for advocacy, for action, for accountability. And the design philosophy of that was that while it needs to be globally comparable, it also needs to stay low cost, scalable, and suitable for diverse, low resource environment. And we also needed to stay true to our principles that it's going to be household survey, so we don't leave any child behind. One-on-one assessments, so we can give the child the attention that they deserve, and we conduct these orally. And this has been based on multiple years of field testing, improvements, scaling, and during those times we covered close to 50,000 children and numerous field trials that Vinny was talking about earlier. But just to give you a snapshot, if we started from 2019, which in itself was a 5-year journey to get there, we did our first proof of concept pilot to see, can we build a tool that is globally comparable, rooted into local realities, but can be scaled and used at the same time in multiple countries, multiple contexts. Apologies to the interpreters. I'll try to go slow. Then COVID came, and the data we collected in 2019 as a pilot became a baseline of a sort. So post-COVID in 2022, we went back to the same districts in the 13 countries to see what the learning loss or gains are. And then we made significant improvements in 2023, 2024, where we had more global resources available to us in terms of global proficiency frameworks for math and reading, and the criteria to report for SDG 411A. And that led us to 2025, where we finalized our tools based on that, and we ended up doing large-scale assessment, which I'll talk about in a minute. So this is what the assessment covers. We have 36 items in total, but majority of it goes to numbers and operations. But we also measure how children can see data, recognize shapes, and look for patterns. We also built the reading tool that is primarily focused on reading comprehension, but it also covers precursor skills like decoding and comprehension of oral language. Some highlights from the 2025 round, the 12 members who implemented it, they worked with 137 partner organizations within their countries who led this across Asia, Africa, and Americas. So the 11 countries of the 12 conducted this at a nationally representative level, and we have one, again, proof of concept school-based pilot that these tools, if taken and adapted for school concept, can also be used to assess children orally, one-on-one in schools. As we were saying earlier, we worked with over 3,000 citizen volunteers who played the critical role of field enumerators, got training on 3 days and gave us 2 more days to collect data, go door to door. And half of them were female in most contexts. And over 40% of these citizen volunteers were university graduates or higher. We supported them, the citizen volunteers, through cascading training model where we did global trainings with all our country teams. Our country teams conducted regional trainings where they trained the trainers who then conducted enumerator trainings to then finally collect the data. And each citizen enumerator would meet at least these 3 criteria: that they complete all 3 days of training, they perform at least 80% or above on the training quiz, and they also pass a field observation stage, which is on day 2 of the training. And 60% of these enumeration areas were monitored by our master trainers or our country teams, and 20% of them were rechecked. And we also want to acknowledge the country project management teams. You'll see the PMTs here, which I've been just very used to calling them, who have been leading this in their countries with support from their country leaders to support this 2025 cycle. And this is the coverage map, which if you look at everything that's green, those are the 15 countries that Armando was talking about, where our members exist. The blue dots represent the 11 countries where we have collected this nationally representative data, and Botswana was our proof of concept school-based pilot using ICAN-ICAR tools to see how can we do that in schools. And I would like to hand it back over to Mishapi. And now, on something that becomes very boring, the results, we have tried to find a way to make it less boring, and that's where Shapi comes in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Usman. That was an important point, but I just wanted to pause to say that we have surveyed over 12 countries, close to 90,000 children assessed. That's a remarkable number. So now we'll call on Elvis Musazi as well as Esther, our 2 VIPs for the day. Please come up front. All right, Elvis, do you want to introduce yourself? Okay.
Hello, my name is Elvis Msazi. I'm 12 years old. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Esther Wamboy. I'm in grade 6 and I'm 11 years old.
Right, so Elvis and Esther are going to read to us a story, and then they're going to ask you questions, so you do have to pay attention, all right? Okay, so who wants to start? Okay.
The story is about Sarah. Sarah is an old lady. She lives near the shores of Lake Vuli. She has 3 beautiful girls. She loves all the children in her village too. The children like playing with her. Sometimes they chase her around.
Sarah is very generous. She spends some of her money buying gifts. She buys toys for the children. She likes baking cakes too. She shares cake with her friends when they visit. On her birthday, many children visited her. They sang nice songs and wished her a long life. Question 1. Where does Sarah live? Not really. Yeah.
Question 2. Why did the children wish Sarah a long life? Not really. You are close to the answer. Anyone can try? Yes? No? Yes, correct.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Elvis and Esther. I wouldn't be able to. Okay. Technology. All right. So we have the report. It shows a lot more factors. There's a lot into it. But one of the highlights from those reports, and we'll turn it to Esther and Elvis, is that at age 10, in most of the 11 participating countries, less than 4 in 10 children can read a story, just as Esther and Elvis just did, and do basic maths. In 3 of these countries, it is even fewer than 1 in 10. So, Elvis, maybe you could share why is it important that children can be able to read?
Reading is important because if a child was sent to the market and he can't read the road signs in the road, he can get lost on the road and go where he wanted to go. And the country depends on children's future because the country can't develop well because the country depends on children. And if you are told to read and you can't read well, it will affect the country. And if for example, today at morning, the driver was given instruction to follow from the car, and he followed, and he know how to read, and that's about reading.
Wow, thank you so much, Elvis. And Esther, why is it important to do maths in your views?
It is important because it helps us with time management. This makes us make our own schedule. Shopping. This helps us calculate the prices and stay in our budgets.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let's give it a round of applause for Esther and Elvis. Thank you so much for highlighting on fact number 1. Yes. You can take off stage, that side. Let's give it another round of applause. This is why we do what we do, right? So now we'll move on and call our next speakers, Amelia Hussein from TPC Mozambique and Brahima Traore from Omayes, Mali, to reflect on finding number 2. And what does this share? Technology. Can you just go to finding number 2? Okay, this shows that in most countries, even by the age 12, less than half of children can read with comprehension and do basic maths. Would welcome Amelia as well as Brahima to reflect on this and what it means.
Muito obrigada pela oportunidade. Bom dia a todas e todos. Eu vou falar, já estou a falar em português, vão ter que usar os fones para quem não percebe a língua portuguesa. Muito bem. Eu sou Amélia Hussein, estou a representar a Facilidade, uma organização da sociedade civil de Moçambique, no âmbito do programa TPC Moçambique. Olhando para os resultados que cá temos, vou falar no caso particular de Moçambique, mostra que os níveis de aprendizagem das nossas crianças são muito baixas, comparado provavelmente com os outros países. Um dos fatores, eu vou mencionar 3 principais fatores que levam à baixa aprendizagem das nossas crianças, tendo em conta a experiência de trabalho que nós temos vindo a realizar no setor de educação, para além de estarmos a participar nos processos de avaliação liderada pelos cidadãos, temos também a componente de ação que é para apoiar a remediar a situação da aprendizagem das crianças. Um dos fatores tem sido a fraca assiduidade dos professores, mesmo os alunos. Os professores têm ficado por 1 dia, 2 dias sem ir à escola, e isso tem implicações. O aluno, se apercebe que o seu professor não vai à escola 1 ou 2 dias, o aluno triplica as faltas. Ele também fica mais dias sem ir à escola. Um outro fator tem a ver com o elevado rácio professor-aluno. Temos turmas numerosas, embora oficialmente temos dados que indicam que o rácio professor-aluno em Moçambique é de mais ou menos 60 alunos, mas na prática não tem sido isso. O rácio professor-aluno é bastante elevado, chegamos a ter 120 alunos numa turma. O professor não conseguirá dar conta de uma turma numerosa e garantir a qualidade de ensino para as nossas crianças. Um outro terceiro elemento tem a ver com a baixa competência dos próprios professores. Os professores têm baixa qualificação. No processo de remediação que eu disse anteriormente, que temos vindo a desenvolver, nós aplicamos o teste de literacia e numeracia aos professores e temos constatado que temos professores que ainda têm dificuldades em resolver operações de aritmética básica. Então, o que será que eles estão a transmitir às nossas crianças? Se eles mesmos têm dificuldades em ensinar a resolver as operações. Então, desta forma, requer que o governo, assim como a comunidade, tenham que desenvolver programas, ou o governo estratégias para que possa melhorar cada um destes fatores. Acredito eu que, se dermos a devida atenção, o quadro de aprendizagem das nossas crianças pode melhorar, chegar, se calhar, ao México, como estamos a ver ali nos gráficos. E muito obrigada.
Merci, bonjour tout le monde. En regardant cette représentation, on voit que dans tous les pays, le constat est que le niveau de performance des enfants évolue généralement en fonction de l'âge, même si la situation varie selon les différents pays. Dans des pays comme Mexique, Sénégal, Népal, on voit une très grande bonne progression et un fort taux de réussite des enfants. En revanche, dans certains pays comme le Mali, Mozambique ou Ouganda, on voit que le taux de réussite est encore bas. Globalement, les enfants réussissent beaucoup plus en lecture qu'en mathématiques, et le taux de réussite au global, ça veut dire aux deux disciplines, est assez faible dans tous les pays. En bref, on peut noter une forte disparité entre les pays, une progression en fonction de l'âge, mais des problèmes assez récurrents dans certains pays en termes d'apprentissage, surtout quand on prend le cas du Mali. Le cas du Mali où le niveau est très bas. Cela pourrait s'expliquer par beaucoup de facteurs. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes dans un pays où l'insécurité est très élevée dans beaucoup d'écoles. Et ce qui a affecté la situation des apprentissages, actuellement en 2004, nous avions presque 2000 écoles fermées où les enfants n'ont plus de 600 000 enfants ou environ des millions d'enfants qui n'ont pas accès à l'éducation. Tous les 12 000 enseignants qui sont affectés, qui ont été obligés d'abandonner leur poste suite à des menaces ou à des assassinats même de certains enseignants. Aussi, on peut ajouter à ces facteurs des éléments comme la qualité même des enseignants, puisque la formation des enseignants, vous trouvez que dans beaucoup d'écoles où on a des écoles communautaires où c'est des enseignants communautaires qui sont engagés, leur niveau n'est pas comme dans les écoles où c'est des enseignants qui sont formés spécialement avec comme métier d'enseignant, puisque c'est des alternatives que les communautés ont mis en place pour recruter eux-mêmes des enseignants et s'occuper de leurs enfants dans la politique actuelle. En plus de cette situation, il y a aussi la question du rôle des parents. Dans beaucoup de cas, les parents n'assument pas beaucoup les responsabilités, ils ne sont pas assez engagés dans le suivi de leurs enfants. Juste penser que laisser l'enfant aller à l'école, c'est leur devoir s'arrête là. Le manque de suivi des parents à domicile est un facteur très déterminant dans cette situation. Nous pensons que avec les efforts en cours des politiques au niveau du gouvernement sur la refonte du système éducatif, l'enseignement, le recrutement et la formation des enseignants en qualité et les efforts des organisations de la société civile par rapport à la mobilisation communautaire, par rapport à l'engagement et la sensibilisation des parents, la mise en place des alternatives éducatives pour la continuité pédagogique
au niveau des zones où les écoles sont fermées et que la communauté s'organise à donner, à assister les enfants, à donner des enseignements au niveau communautaire permettra à longue de corriger cette insuffisance pour le cas spécifique du Mali. Merci.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Amelia, as well as Brahima, on sharing some of these reflections, and they're so critical on the next few days to think about. Now we are seeing all these findings, but what is next? And really wonderful to highlight some of the challenges. With that said, we do have a special guest in this room that would love to recognize. Honorable Abdul Haro, our Member of Parliament for Kenya, as well as a member of the Parliamentary Committee on Education. You are welcome, sir. All right, so we'll move on to finding number 3. And for this one, it's important to call on a teacher who works every day in schools, as well as a parent, Medjoy Mutunu, as well as Judith Mumo, who's a parent. Please come on stage. As they come on finding number 3, it says that at grade 4, in most countries, less than 4 in 10 children can read with comprehension and do basic math. In 3 of these countries, it is less than 1 in 10. However, there are no significant differences between girls and boys. Please come ahead and to reflect on what does this mean to you.
Good morning. Good morning. You good? Okay. My name is Joy Mutanu, a teacher training at Machakos Teachers College, and I'm privileged to be here. To help our children in learning and reading comprehension, we have a request. We organize and come up with literacy camps in our villages during the holidays, which will help the learners to be able to move from one level to another. If the learner is not able to read letters, we help, in the camps, we help the learner to be able to read the letters fluently, to word, then to paragraph, and that will help our country to be better and bright. Again, I would like to appreciate Zizi Afrik for introducing my village literacy camp, which is ongoing. And I, being a volunteer, I'm really happy to deal with those learners and to help them to move from this level to another. And there is positive improvement, and which I'm requesting for more and more literacy camps in the whole country for a better tomorrow and a brighter one. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good morning. My name is Pastor Judith Mumo Moema, a pastor. I serve under AIC Kenya Church, and apart from being a pastor, I'm a parent of 4, and my first-born son is a grade 4 student. And what I can say is that it is true that there are so many children, as we have seen here, that in some countries, less than 1 in 10 can read a grade 4 passage or pronounce some words. I can attest that it is very true, and I want to thank Aziz Afrik for introducing literacy camps. My son is a beneficiary, and I want to thank God because it's doing well. And I also want to thank the PAL network. I'm privileged to be here as a parent. And what I can say is that as parents, I want to say we can encourage our children. We can support our children. We can support our children by taking them to those camps. There are some children who cannot do their homeworks on their own. There are children who can do basic math. There are children who cannot read with comprehension. I can say as a parent, it is our responsibility to help them. We cannot assume our responsibility as a parent taking our children to school. So I want to thank PAL Network because it's a kind of, they are bringing some light to our children who cannot read on their own. So I request if it can be done continuously for the benefit of our children, and as parents and the government, we take the initiative of supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor, for that, as well as Joy, who is a teacher, on sharing some of these reflections. And big shout out to Zizi Afrik, as well as all the other implementers for doing the hard and an important work. Now we're reflecting on finding number 4. And for this, would call on Alonso Mendez Guzman from Chiapas Secretariat of Education, Mexico, and Diluruba Ahmed, our Deputy Director from the Directorate of Primary Education, Bangladesh. Finding 4 shares that in majority of participating countries, nearly 9 out of 10 children are enrolled in school. Let's clap for that. And the majority attend public schools, but there is a significant portion of children in private schools. However, even the children that reach grade 9, not all can read with comprehension and do basic maths. Sir?
Vinik ansetik, Wokolawalik tapisilik. He saludado en la lengua celtal de Chiapas. Yo soy Alonso Méndez Guzmán, educador indígena de la Secretaría de Educación en Chiapas, México. Gracias por la invitación y gracias al equipo de México que está presente, que me ha dado esta oportunidad de participar y compartir con ustedes esta experiencia. Hace rato escuché que venimos por las niñas, por los niños de diferentes modalidades que funcionan en cada uno de los países y de nuestro mundo. ¿Por qué hablamos de las niñas, de los niños? Porque son los presentes y futuro de nuestro país. Es precisamente que estamos aquí, que nadie debe quedar atrás. Tan importantes son los temas que se están tratando gracias a Red PAL, que está tomando la importancia de la lectura, la escritura y lo que son las resoluciones de matemáticas. Son básicas para que un niño, una niña aprenda a leer y que se forme de manera integral para y por la vida. Si nos damos cuenta, en el cuadro anterior que vimos, las desigualdades, los porcentajes de oportunidades, tanto en las zonas urbanas y en las zonas rurales, también cuando son las escuelas privadas. En México, solamente en México, de cada 10 niños, 8 sabe leer y escribir. Y ese 2% a veces son las causas por la migración, por la inseguridad, o simplemente no tienen oportunidades a las niñas y a los niños. Cuando hablamos solamente del contexto indígena en México, pocos tienen oportunidades las mujeres. Es por eso que nuestros docentes de México están atendiendo casi 24 millones de niños y niñas solamente en educación básica. Y cuando hablamos de educación indígena, estamos hablando casi el 2 millones de niños que son hablantes de las 68 lenguas indígenas y culturas que tienen existencia en México. Una de las razones que vemos aquí, las desigualdades en las oportunidades. ¿Por qué México tiene casi el 80% conocedores de lectoescritura? Porque también cada docente ha tomado ese papel, la vocación de apoyar a las niñas y a los niños. Consideramos como que fueran nuestros hermanos. Apoyamos porque el trabajo que estamos haciendo como docente es tan noble, tan humano. Por eso esa es la preocupación. Agradezco a Redpal que sigue dando ese fruto para evaluar qué tanto las niñas y los niños deben aprender a leer y apoyar de manera integral. También pido una sugerencia, peticiones también, que Redpal siga apoyando a nuestras niñas, a nuestros niños en todo el país, porque el trabajo que está realizando es tan digno, tan noble, es muy acertada porque se basa del enfoque real. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Very good morning. And I am Dilrub Ahmed for Bangladesh. And I feel honored to be here with a great team, Paul Academy. Thank you very much. I think that there is a main thing is that weak foundational learning in the in early grade, that is one student pass his grade, one grade to move another grade, but by not mastering the skill of his learning, and for this reason his educational gap or learning gap is wider and larger. And sometimes we saw that there is a large class size. Many schools have 70 or 80 students in a class, so the teacher cannot recognize the weak student and cannot get his attention to a weak student or individual student. And sometimes teaching focus on memorizing only for the passing the examination. It's most of them teaching is depends on the memorizing for more than understanding. It's not depends on the understandable education. It's in our countries, most of the students wants to get first or second position, and for that reason it is I think that this situation is happened. And sometimes lack of trained teachers and limited support. I think that sometimes we change our curriculum, educational curriculum, but the teachers are not trained according to the curriculum, and teachers should focus on learning skill, easy math or storytelling, like this situation. And sometimes social barriers are happening in our countries, like many students are engaged in housework or like this. So we should have to do something for improve our early grade learning. Trained teachers should focus on phonics and reading fluency, and we should try to gradually reduce the class size, and we should modernizing the curriculum data, and we also have to strengthening the teacher training and ensure the teachers regularly receiving training on using learning materials. And Sometimes we see that assessment tools are not present in there, but many NGOs and organizations like IID and many other organizations are working in Bangladesh for assessment tools. It's a great thing for us, and we can also coordinate with the government and another NGOs or organization to overcome this situation. So it will be so grateful to us that in our country, many organizations and NGOs, students are come forward and run for this. So I think that if we work together, we can do better for for our children and for our early learning. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Alonso and Dilruba, for those reflections and common themes around the challenges that we are seeing in schools, but also proposals and solutions on how do we take this forward. Particularly, the data highlights the challenges, but what do we do next? And I hope members in this room and everyone in this room are really taking note of the discussion on what do we do next. And these will be the deliberations that come for this day as well as the next. We'll now call on Deborah Anyika, who's a volunteer, and Jason Olemoke, who's a partner for Kajiado County, to reflect on fact number 5 and one of our final and last findings from the ICAN-ICAR report. All right. Finding 5 shares that in all countries, children who come from households with digital devices such as a computer or laptop or tablet perform better than those without. Ma'am?
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Why are you sad? It is a wonderful morning that God has given us. Is it? Why are we not happy? The results? No, we are here to work on it. Clap for yourselves. Some are not clapping. Do you know there is someone somewhere who wants just to clap and he or she cannot even stand up and clap? Okay, I want to take this privilege to say thank you to each and everyone who is here. And we want to say thank you. Let us give applause to our CEO, Mr. Armando. He's really working hard. Is that okay? He's really working hard to see us walk on this path. And we are trying to help him out even as well, to help him out. As he continues to work on it, even as let us help him out so that we can get the good numbers and the good results out here. So I will tackle number 5, the findings. Okay, you find as a volunteer, outside here, it's not an easy way to deal with ongoing kids. Some can read, some cannot even read. You find a grade 9 kid, he or she even cannot pronounce a word. Even reading is a problem. It's not because he or she has not been taken to school, but you find the moment each and every kid, the moment the kid has reached 3 years or 4 years, there is that he or she goes to PP1, like PP1, PP2, and then grade 1. Is that right? And you find, whereas in those slums areas, you find some people don't take those kids in those sessions. You find that they take some kids, when the kid reach 6 years, 7 years, you find him or her, he has been taken to grade 1. That is class 1. I don't know in other countries the way you do it or the way you call it, but here in Kenya we say PP1, PP2, grade 1. No, PP1, PP2 final and then grade 1. But I don't know how you do it in the other countries. But you find in those slum areas, they don't get that opportunity. When the kid reaches around 6 to 7 years, you find that he doesn't go to the other sessions. You find some just at class 1 with that 7 years. And it gives a kid a very difficult time, even the teacher a very difficult time. Coming on this technology, digital technology. Okay, I'll say all the countries, they've come with those technology on how to teach kids through laptops, through WhatsApp. They put even the teachers in WhatsApp calls or WhatsApp sessions with the kids. But I feel on my side, I feel it's not safer. Because you'll find maybe the network is not there, maybe the bundles have finished, and you find it gives the teacher or even even us on our side, it gives us a difficult moment to tackle when we are using even the digital gadgets. What I would like to ask kindly, that let us not do this on just once. Like the other time when we did it, it was we wanted even they add us more days so that we can tackle the kids. You find even the parents are asking us, when are you coming back? When are you coming back? Because even some parents don't have that money to pay a teacher to come and teach the kids in their homes. It's a very difficult moment for them. So that's why I'm asking, not even asking, kindly. Let it be termly, not yearly. And maybe you so that we can go and do the findings, or we do the data collection outside there. Let it be randomly. And what else I would like to ask kindly? I like using the word kindly because it shows some respect. Let us have those sessions, some sessions with the boy child. Boy child have been neglected so much. That's what I'll say. It is true, or it's not true. Boy child has been neglected because they feel like the boys can do their things on their own. But we fight for the girl child, we've left the boy child. And it won't sound well. So kindly let us have sessions even with the boy child. Let us mentor them. Let us encourage them in all ways. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
It's morning. Morning again. My name is Jason Lemoke. I work for an organization known as Tubotema in Kajiado County, and we are partners with PAL Network. So I also feel very privileged to have given a minute or two to talk about the findings on the wall. And last time when we were doing the exercise, we were using the gadgets to assess the social economic of the household, not to assess the performance of the learner. But we later realized that every household with those gadgets, the learners perform better than those without the gadgets. So next time, what we want to find is whether the gadgets do contribute to the success of the learners. Because if you look at every country, within the 11 countries, all households with the gadgets perform better than those learners without the gadgets. So it seems as if there is some kind of relationship between the gadgets and the performance of the learners. So next time when we do the exercise, we would want now to move from the social economic aspect to see whether the performance of the learners have any relationship with the gadgets within the household. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam.
Well, thank you so much, Deborah and Jason, for those reflections. And this marks the end of our session. And just a few things to highlight. One was the need for us to collect learning data to fuel action and also ensuring learning for all. And we also heard a few reflections on teachers as well as parents and the role and the critical role that they play to ensure our children learn. And
I would like to apologize from the onset. I arrived a little bit late because I had some other very early morning engagement somewhere else. So I found the session which has just ended almost the tail end of the session. But I would just want to comment on finding number 5, where we've just been told in all countries, children who come from households with digital devices, that is computers and laptops or table, perform better than those without. I will not delve much into it, but I will say recently in Sweden, a research found out that excessive screen time negatively impacts concentration, learning, and mental health. And therefore, Sweden as a country is reverting back to traditional learning methods, which includes books, papers, and pens. Maybe going forward, you need to reflect on that finding, and like somebody had earlier said, try and interrogate further why this finding reads the way it reads. Other than that, dear esteemed guests and friends, firstly, I wish to welcome you all to Pearl Evidence for Action Forum. And for those of you who traveled from outside Kenya, I would like to tell you, Karibu Kenya, Karibu Nairobi. That simply means welcome to Kenya, welcome to Nairobi. And maybe add, Kenya, hakuna matata. It is very heartwarming to see so many participants here united by our commitment to ensuring all children learn to read, write, and do basic mathematics by the end of primary school. Learning these foundational skills is the bedrock for all learning. When children acquire the basics in primary school, they are more likely to stay in school. And here we are talking about retention, and go on to higher education, more about transition, and more likely to earn more when they enter the workforce and become active and engaged citizens. Human capital helps drive national, continental, and global progress. With Africa home to the world's largest youth population, this is very critical. Despite that, too many children aren't learning the basics in school, risking their futures and our collective progress. 7 out of 10 children in low and middle income countries globally are unable to read and comprehend a simple text by age 10. And even now, more than 250 million children are still out of school. In Africa, that is 1 in every 5 children of primary school age are not in school, and 9 out of 10 children not acquiring sufficient reading or writing skills by age 10. The good news is that political leaders like me are committing to action to reverse these numbers. But we need to deepen and widen that commitment, ensuring that political representatives at every level, in every ministry, and from every party understands the importance of this mission and is committed to prioritizing it. So we drive on our promise that every child is in school and learning the basics. As a member of the National Assembly's Committee on Education here in Kenya, it is my job to acknowledge this challenge and help mobilize the people, resources, and funding to tackle it. But my acknowledgement of the issue is not enough. Broader support for improved learning from different community members is also an important piece of the puzzle. Without wider societal support, strong commitment from political leaders is not enough, both immediately and especially over the long term, to sustain changes. Mobilizing communities and citizens to both uphold political commitments and demand further action is critical to ensure all children really are learning the basics. That's why the work of the PAL network and its new report, the International Common Assessment of Numeracy and Reading, ICAN-ICAR Report, measuring learning levels of almost 90,000 children across 12 countries, is so significant. It is why we are gathered here today, ensuring every child learns is our collective agenda, which is vital to driving progress. We also come to celebrate the 25-year South-to-South partnership of PAL network members from 17 countries across 4 continents, which serves as an example of what happens when we mobilize behind a common goal. Whilst many national assessments do help to set targets and identify where resources and funding need to be allocated, citizen-led assessments are a critical tool that can help drive further accountability and action, and give the government an understanding of learning that national assessments don't capture. The data from ICAN and ICAR report is an essential part of this picture. I welcome this new evidence to both inform my own work here in Kenya to drive up learning outcomes, but also globally for my peers, for governments, and for many dedicated partners and experts here today. Having access to the latest evidence helps us to shape the direction and quality of our national education system and its policies. But my challenge to all of you is that the evidence isn't as widely known about, understood, or acted up as it should. A recent survey found out that 80% of government officials overestimate literacy proficiency in their countries, while underestimating the detrimental impact that low literacy has on national development. For the most part, we rightly assume that children who are in school will be learning, especially the basics. But they largely aren't. And we need to know this, acknowledge it, and act on it. In Parliament, we need to use the data from assessment to ask questions, challenge gaps, ensure that policy programs, laws, and funding, all of which we shape, all translate into tangible improvement in children's learning. As legislators, we create and amend laws that protect the right to education and set standards for learning. As budget holders, we approve how public resources are allocated, directing funding to schools and communities that need it most. Oversight is another critical function. Through committees and inquiries, Parliament holds the government accountable for delivering on its commitments and monitors whether resources are reaching classrooms and producing results. Data on learning should be our guide and should inform how we perform all these functions with a singular mission to ensure every child learns. But data isn't an end in itself. It needs to shape our priorities and inform our priorities, and be the measure by which we judge whether we have done enough. You need to make the data accessible, understandable, and as the center of a collective mission. It also needs to help us set targets we hold ourselves accountable for. In short, we must press on and do everything in our power to accelerate changes that lead to every child finishing primary education with the strongest possible literacy and numeracy skills. Thank you, and that's my official statement. I just want to add a few. I come from one of the most, I think those of you from Kenya know, I represent Mandera South constituency. And Mandera, for those who know the map of this country, is an area bordering the northern tip of Kenya, bordering Somalia on one side and Ethiopia on the other side. So it's one of the most rural constituencies in this country. One of the most peripheral constituencies in this country. And education, being an equalizer of society, can easily become also a disequalizer of society if the resources required are not provided to those in greatest need. I know the pupil-teacher ratio in sub-Saharan Africa is 58:1. I think the UNICEF ratio is 35:1 teacher-pupil ratio. In my constituency, believe it or not, the teacher-pupil ratio is 139:1. There are some schools in my constituency where a student will report at the beginning of the term and close at the end of the term without coming into contact with a teacher. That's how serious teacher shortage is in some parts of this country, some parts of Africa, some parts of our world. And teacher availability, the teacher supply, to me, from where I sit, is one of the most critical issues that require to be addressed if we have to achieve our goal of ensuring this foundational learning reaches the goal that it is supposed to reach. And then I don't know whether the study covered the children with disabilities. I hope it does, because I came, as I said, quite towards the tail end. That's another area that needs to be looked at very critically, because at times we can easily forget that, and remember, all of us, even our children, are candidates of disability, because nobody, you can get in an accident and become a disabled person just the following day, God forbid, and therefore the number of people with disability is also increasing. And some of these research studies that are done need to also factor in very critically the needs of some of those and of course those children who live in regions or areas with emergencies, areas which are most of the time conflict prone, areas which are flood prone, areas which are affected by droughts all the time, slum areas where, in this country we are trying to develop a law of allowing something we call alternative basic education, so that in slum areas where perhaps official schools are not available or people cannot afford to take their children to official schools, there are some of those, schools which just spring up within communities, and we will want to see how we can develop a law that can recognize those schools and so that the government can also resource those schools, because a lot of children are also in those slum schools. With those few remarks, welcome again to Kenya for those who are coming from outside Kenya. It's a beautiful country. Nairobi, where you are, is the only city, I think, in the world with a national park within the city. So maybe when you're free, you have some very little free time, make a point of visiting Nairobi National Park, and you will thank me later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abdul Haru, for your inspiring remarks and for inviting us to explore Kenya. This forum is organized by the People's Action for Learning. And as the name suggests, it's a space to also hear the voice of the people. And I'm really glad that we started by getting the perspective of the people about the results that we just shared. Now, we're following the program and following also the honor that we have here to have the representatives from the Ministry of Education to represent Ambassador Professor Julius Kibet Bitok, Principal Secretary, Minister of Education, Kenya. I would like to invite Mr. Martin Kungaria, Head of Foundational Learning Programs at the Ministry of Education, to officially open this forum. A round of applause to Mr. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armando. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I observe all the protocols that has been established in this meeting, and I'm glad that the Ministry of Education is part of this meeting here in Kenya. Thank you very much, PAL Network, for bringing us together as government and as partners in this space. Thank you, Honorable, for joining us here this morning. We rely a lot on the parliamentary committee, and I think it might be applying across many governments here to facilitate education in our countries. I want to extend also what Honorable MP has mentioned on behalf of the Ministry of Education, the Principal Secretary, Basic Education, Ambassador Professor Bitok, and also the Director General, Basic Education, Dr. Elias Abdi. I'm here to represent the two. And specifically, I want to bring special regards from the DG, Director General. He actually had to attend up to last week on Friday when he was required to attend Africa Union meeting on girls' education and STEM within the city. He brings his apologies and his special regards to all of us. So on behalf of the Ministry of Education, I want to welcome everybody who is here this morning, our colleagues from the ministries in different countries that are here this morning, and also our partners that have supported us in Kenya and also across the globe as we discuss matters foundational learning. Now, there's something that as I was sitting there and looking at the findings and asking myself, what next? Because if we look at this data and this information that is coming and this evidence that is coming, I would suggest and I would think that in our respective countries, we have evidence. And I know locally here in Kenya, we have our government reports, we have our partners' report in terms of foundational learning. And the figures and the 5 findings that have been put here, and across the 4 findings that have been put here, they just confirm and affirm what locally in Kenya we have noted. And even across Africa, the many countries that I've interacted with on matters of foundational learning, these figures here today, the findings today, are confirming that. And I think as we meet south to south member countries and partners, I think the challenge as those who come from the Southern America and those who come from the Asia, and even for us, as we move out, I think what we need to ask ourselves is what next with all this evidence that we have within our countries and even within the dynamics of governments that we are serving and the governments where you as partners are working. Because the dynamics are different. But what works in Kenya may not work for Botswana. Or what works for Botswana may not work for Mexico. But within our context, what will work for us? A local solution to our local challenge. Because we appreciate that we have a challenge. So as we look into the findings, the data that we have, I think we need to go deeper and look at the deeper analysis of this data. Besides, these learners cannot read to comprehend. These learners cannot do basic mathematics. What are those aspects in basic mathematics that learners have a challenge in? What are those aspects? Is it number sense? All this, we need to focus. What is this challenge that we have amongst our learners? Also in literacy. Is it phonetics? What is this challenge? Because globally, yes, we'll say 4 out of 10 learners are not learning to comprehend. But I think we need to go deeper so that we make sense of this data that we have and the evidence that is being generated from the research that is coming to our country. Because we will do a cross-country assessment, SACMEC will do PISA, but we need to ask ourselves, what is that challenge? And then what causes this issue among the learners? So as we look at these issues that we have, we need to do a 360 look at this challenge. Is it the teacher? Our teachers, great teachers. Mheshimiwa, our honorable has mentioned about the challenges in his county, in this country. But conversely, you may find another school in this country where the school is well staffed. But the challenges of literacy in Mandera County, where Mheshimiwa comes from, is the same challenge of literacy in this school, which is well staffed. So what is the issue? You get what I'm talking about? Yes, because we say, yes, the teachers are not there. It is an issue of staffing. But we also have another case where teachers are in school, but we also have a challenge of foundational learning, numeracy and literacy. So we need to look at it and look at it even more seriously on what is happening. So for the case of the government of Kenya, and by extension the Ministry of Education, the ministry is committed to looking more keenly on foundation learning. The Ministry of Education in Kenya, the minister, the cabinet secretary endorsed the commitment for action foundational learning, which shows the high-level commitment on interventions, on working with partners so that we are able to face this challenge and face it appropriately. So after we did that, the ministry also mentioning this, just a few initiatives that the government is taking on foundational learning. Since independence, for your information, we have not had guidelines on foundational learning. And now, the Ministry of Education and our partners, we are working on developing guidelines for foundational learning in this country, so that we are able to address these issues that are coming to us and to our children. Another thing that also we have noted, and very importantly, is the bit of competition. The government funding for basic education in this country. We have some money that is sent to schools to facilitate foundational learning, to facilitate primary basic education for primary schools and secondary schools in this country. Because of the focus that the government has put on foundational learning, we have discussions and I think approval of doubling what we have given, what the government has given for foundational learning, so that we are able, as from next year, we are able to have more funding coming to our schools, so that we are able to equip our teachers, we equip our learners, we provide instructional materials to bridge this gap. Because to transform some of these challenges, we will require resources. So the government is putting in that commitment of increasing funding, the FE, free primary education funding, and they want to impress upon our ends of institutions to allocate more funding into foundational learning in form of teacher training, instructional materials, and all other relevant materials. But having said that, we have noted also, for us to succeed in foundational learning, the teacher plays a very, very big role. So, the focus is now on how do we make a great teacher? How do we make a teacher who is able to transform the activities, the interactions within the classroom? The numbers may be big, the enrollment in the classrooms may be big. But even if a teacher is not a great teacher, then even if that teacher has got 5 runners, the instruction is amiss. So making a great teacher through training, through capacity building is very important. Associated to that is the support that we need to give our teachers, what we are calling the middle tier. And in this country, we have got curriculum support officers. We have got quality assurance and support officers who are able to support the teachers at the classroom level. And we have realized that we have the missing middle tier, that group, where in some countries they call them pedagogy something. Pedagogy instructors or there's a term that they use in some other countries. But we need the teachers to be supported. We need the teachers to work in groups within their zonal level, within the 5-6 schools within their zone, or what in this country we call clusters. Because a teacher is best supported by another teacher. A teacher is best supported by a teacher whom they are able to share experiences across within the local levels. So the middle tier is very important for us because it connects the national level and the classroom practicing teachers. So that is an intervention that we are looking forward to make sure that we empower and we have more resources directed to the middle tier so that they're able to support the teachers. So as we move on, the ministry and the governments across cannot provide education alone. In terms of this is an education service that we need to collaborate with our partners in this house and even out there. And I would like to give a case of what is happening at the moment in foundational learning. The ministry has collaborated with the ZIS Africa. I want to mention that because it's something that I'm directly involved in and very, very important for us to think through about numeracy through a formation of a team that we are referring to as a numeracy action team. This is a team which is made up of personnel from the Ministry of Education, from the National Examination Council, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and our partners, so that we are able to come together and ask ourselves questions. And we are able to design, because we're in the process of working on designing a program for this country for numeracy intervention, so that we work together with our partners as government. We work together with other government agencies, and not only ZIS Africa. Within that team, we have got a number of also partners within that team, so that we are able to work together and get the strength and synergize from all the players in this area. And through that, we have been able to identify some of the issues within our country. And I would encourage all of us in our respective countries, what are the issues? What are the priorities in foundational learning? In our case, I'm just mentioning this so that it can prompt us to look back of what is happening in our countries. Of that, we have looked at one of them as the issue of the teacher. And I think I've mentioned this, the teacher. The teacher is very key because the children at that level requires a lot of support from the teacher. The second thing, we have also realized about instructional materials. And there's need to look at our materials again that we have in our schools, so that we are able to align them. We are able to have materials that are responsive on numeracy in our classrooms. The third aspect is on the issue of the benchmarks. We have benchmarks in this country for literacy and the Kenya National Examinations Council, but for numeracy, we rely on the UNESCO benchmarks. So we would like to look at our benchmarks within this country in terms of numeracy. What are these learners expected to, which competencies are they expected to acquire at this particular time this particular point in time. And finally, we are looking at the issue of the policies in government, whether there could be any gaps. Like now, one of them that I've mentioned is the issue of foundational learning. What are the gaps in between? I'm mentioning this so that all of us will look at it, because I could be mentioning the Kenyan case, but if you turn what I'm saying around, you find it might be happening in Uganda, it might be happening in other countries. And we are here to exchange, we are here to interact, we are here to talk. So as I finish these remarks, what is the call for action for us in this room and out of this room? The assessments that we are releasing today they bridge the gap in terms of providing evidence. But the provision of evidence is not enough. There's need to go beyond that and make sure that we action the interventions for this evidence to transform into improved learning outcomes. So for all of us, we need to gear up. We need to gather more momentum in what we are doing. We need to train our teams, and I'm glad to see the team from Kajiado County. This is the way. We cannot manage it at our national level. We need to go down to the ground and make sure that we support the teacher. So a lot of capacity building, a lot of training is required for all of us so that we are able to move on. And since we're in a crisis, then we need to move quickly. We are in a crisis. There is no time. We say that when this group passes, we have another group for this time. No. These are the children that we have in the year 2025, 2026. We don't have any other children within that age gap, within that time, forever. So we need to move fast. We need to act fast. And let us make sure and implement these findings that are coming from ICN and ICAR. So your steps today brightens our tomorrow for our children everywhere in the globe. Everywhere, our steps today will brighten the future for tomorrow. So as I finish the remarks this morning, I just want to leave a question to you, or a challenge to you. What next? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more round of applause for Director Martin, please. Now I want to invite our friends, Kelvin and Esther, to accompany me because we want to hand over the report to the authorities and to the society. And we will hand over to Director in representation of all of you as the guest of honor. So Kevin and Esther, please come with me. Let's go on the stage. I will also call Director, please, to come here, and Sheila to bring us the report for us to symbolically deliver to the society. Oh, please, please, please. So, you will give. And sorry, Director and the Honorable, before you leave, I would like also to request the participants. I was told that this is the moment for the group photo. So could you please come in front on the stage So we take our photo, please. Join. We can't fit. Yeah, and perfect. We are, yeah. Oh, let's ask the advice of the media people how better we can get this. Yeah. So as we prepare for the picture, you might have noticed that we already have the QR code projected there. So you can also just scan it and download the report for your use. Oh, yes. Please, people, come and join us for the photo. Please come and join us for the photo. Yeah. Yes. Let's come closer.
All right. Sorry, but we are requesting you to actually come up here because we have more space. It's too wide to take a photo. So if you could please kindly join us to the stage so that we can take the, yeah. Yeah, some of us can actually stand down here and then the rest can come on top. Yeah, tafadhali. Thank you so much. No, it's good. All right, we want to see everyone. If you're a bit short like me, you can come in the front. Chef, we can see you. Come a bit. Okay, all right. And we want to see those smiles, tafadhali. We want to see those smiles. All right, so in the count of 3, we want all of us to say, report. All right? All right? In the count of 3, report. All right? So 1, 2, 3, and then report. Okay? You can raise your hand. You can do whatever you want to do. All right? All right. Can you do a dry run? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right. One more dry run. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right. So 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
So we are taking a 15 minutes break, please, and let's be back. We are starting 15 minutes after 11. There is tea served right outside the room.
As children around the world dream, can you hear the echoes of their aspirations?
Film to be
Check one, two. Check one, two. Check one, two. Check one, two. Check one. Check one, two. Check one, two. Check one, two.
check, check. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1 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 2.
So I am Faith Nkata Gitonga. I sit on the board of PAL Network, so I'm a board member. Probably a year now, almost a year. My background is previously a banker, then got into the tech space, so fintech, as you mentioned. And yeah, so I specialize quite a bit in, tech strategies, digital transformation, and that sort of angle. I tend to think that's the reason I'm in the board, because I uniquely bring that in. And this is the digital age, I think. It really helps to then be able to have that sort of input in any board. How does our strategies fit where technology is concerned? How do we make processes easier with technology? How do we impact more people with technology? I think so 100%, because if you think about even my village where I come from, because I come from a very remote area, if people in that area are able to take up even the simplest form of technology, the laptops or computers that we throw away here in the modern side of the world, and those children are able to access those, you can only imagine how it will open up their minds and their worlds. I went to Nepal, and you get to see how these projects work. There's the mobile. In my mind, you don't even want to know what I thought a mobile library was. And so to get to see it in action, I'm like, oh, wow, this is what this actually is. And to see how they're able to teach these kids from simple numbering to the advanced stages, and to make sure all the kids are at the same level, completely encouraging, because these same children have to play in the same play fields with the children in the towns, right? Yeah, one of the things that we keep talking about in the board meetings is how to, make sure we can replicate and share what has worked in one area in another area. Of course, there are differences even within Africa if you compare what happens in West Africa and East Africa, but I still think there's things that have worked that then we can replicate in both areas. And I think one of the other fantastic things that PAL Network does is the assessments. Because if you don't do proper in-depth assessment, then you don't get to know what really is happening on the ground. I think one of the things I keep thinking about is partnership, because PAL Network cannot do everything, right? So if you think about a typical village, like the one I talked about in Nepal, which you would find in any part of Kenya, it has to be that maybe PAL Network then partners with those who can do shelter, decent shelter for people, and maybe you partner with the government to then support perhaps with the curriculum, and then you partner with a different, maybe private sector that is able to provide laptops, etc. So I think strategic partnerships and collaboration, I think, is critical for PAL Network to then move the needle in the next 10 years. Being a board member at PAL, I think it's being able to give back genuinely. Like I said when I started, I think every board needs to have someone, who's thinking, a few years ahead in terms of where the world is going in this digital age. I've also learned so much from all the educators and the education experts. So it's been an immense learning experience for me. So it's been exciting just being able to immerse myself in all this and learn, even as I sit on the board. I just want to say congratulations, PAL Network, for turning 10 years. That's double digit. It's a big deal. And I just wish you all the best as we look forward to seeing you as, preteen, teenager, then adult. But 10 is big. I wish you another 10 and another 10 of great success and even bigger impact. Congratulations.
I'm Said Ahmed. I'm from IID Bangladesh. It's a think tank that promotes informed, inclusive and democratic society. We call IID Society. I think somehow IID and PAL Network, we grew together. Through PAL, IID very quickly became from national to a global organization. We have more global partners. Our work is more global now, more regional now. So I think that started with PAL Network, I would say. I think we have been learning from each other quite a lot. Over the years, we have done some learning sharing events with PAL Network about when we learned from the assessment and we shared our experience of policy advocacy. But with the new strategy that PAL have adopted, this is going to be a better learning sharing experience, and we can, learn from each other for a greater common good, both at the national and at the global level. Having been able to meet with the children in the remote villages, meet with the communities, I think being a part of the network, that has been a profound, memorable moment for me. For the success story, I think co-creating a assessment tool to assess the children's, literacy and numeracy for SDG 4.1.1, I think that would, I would say, a successful case, not for just each of the member, I think globally from the SDG perspective as well. I think two things make it very unique. One is every network tries to be called themselves family, but in PAL Network, I actually know the family of the members. So that makes us truly family. Like, when we meet, we hug each other, we at least like we have been PAL for, many years. And the other thing I would say that makes it unique is that we treat everyone equally. That I think has been a very key ingredient for a success. I see all the member countries, not only they are going to implement and make sure that all the children are assessed and have the opportunity to progress through that assessment, but also inspire other countries to join this whole campaign. I think that's something I would look forward to see. 10 বছরে পদার্পণের জন্য শুভেচ্ছা PAL Network.
Un saludo, mi nombre es Priscila Alzate, hago parte de la organización GLOT, que está ubicada en Colombia, América del Sur, Latinoamérica. GLOT trabaja en Colombia a través de los idiomas. Nuestra perspectiva es la enseñanza de varios idiomas en el contexto colombiano. Sin embargo, pues para poder aprender otros idiomas vemos necesario a través de investigaciones, de trabajos que se hacen en comunidades, que el foco principal es la enseñanza de nuestra lengua nativa, que es el español. Así nace GLOT, con una preocupación de cómo están aprendiendo nuestros niños y niñas en Colombia a través de la lengua castellana. Y pues digamos que uno de sus propósitos es, a través de la implementación de un kit que se llama Literacy, este kit posibilita que los niños y niñas tengan unos accesos a la lectura y la escritura a través del desarrollo de unas habilidades. Esto es lo que hacemos en Colombia. Ser miembros de la red PAL nos ha ayudado no solamente a formarnos, sino a establecer otras relaciones a nivel internacional. Creemos también que al ser país del sur global nos implica una hermandad en términos educativos, pero también de la proyección a políticas públicas relacionadas con el tema de educación y una justicia o una equidad. Y bueno, y creo que dentro de los comités que hemos tenido, las asambleas, las conversaciones con los distintos miembros de la red y el secretariado de PAL, creemos enormemente que podemos hacer un impacto, sobre todo en política pública. Entonces, las acciones comunitarias, las evaluaciones, el tema de las alianzas en redes, donaciones y todo lo que promueve la red nos va a posibilitar generar una transformación en la educación, especialmente en temas de política, pero finalmente pues que beneficia a las comunidades más vulnerables, que es uno de los propósitos que tiene la red. Bueno, no, feliz. Felices de hacer parte de una red que ya cumple 10 años, con una experiencia grande y bueno, por lo menos desde Latinoamérica, Colombia, consideramos que la red PAL y quienes están allí en la red pues son personas idóneas para estar, personas con mucha experiencia en temas de educación, en temas de evaluación y otros temas. Y bueno, nosotros desde Colombia estamos felices de pertenecer a la red PAL y en estos 10 años pues obviamente queremos seguir de la mano trabajando con la red PAL muchos años más. Bueno, describir a PAL yo creo que podría ser educación, innovación social, transformación en territorios, construcción colectiva. Bueno, no dije una sola no dije una palabra, varias. Felicitaciones PAL por cumplir 10 años de acción en los territorios.
Moi, c'est Madame Binta Rassouloula Ao. Je viens du Sénégal. Je suis membre de Djangando, le baromètre Djangando, du laboratoire de recherche sur les transformations économiques et sociales de l'Université Cheikh Anta Diop. Donc, je travaille avec le LARTES et je suis responsable du volet pédagogique. Notre participation au réseau est très bénéfique pour l'organisation parce que ça nous a donné une certaine popularité concernant surtout les évaluations citoyennes. Le baromètre Djangondo est le seul qui fait des évaluations citoyennes au niveau du Sénégal. Et le fait que nous soyons dans le réseau fait qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons noué beaucoup de partenariats avec beaucoup d'institutions. Et nous avons aussi des relations de travail avec tous les autres pays que nous connaissons, parce que nous avons eu à travailler avec eux dans le cadre de l'évaluation, dans le cadre aussi des actions que nous menons. Nous avons aussi eu à travailler avec ICAN-ICAR dans le cadre donc, du baromètre, et dans le cadre de l'action qui suit un peu l'évaluation, bien sûr. Donc ce sont ces données qui ont fait qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons cette notoriété au niveau donc, de ces partenaires. Et je disais encore tantôt, on est beaucoup sollicité dans le cadre de la recherche, surtout par rapport à ce qui a été fait, parce que nous avons un website où nous publions tout ce que nous faisons au niveau donc du laboratoire. Et nous produisons des connaissances et ces connaissances sont partagées avec l'ensemble donc du public. Et le public, ce sont les communautés, ce sont les enseignants, ce sont les élèves, ce sont les parents, ce sont les décideurs. Et ça, c'est extrêmement important parce que là, nous avons une voix vraiment. Je pense que la trajectoire qui est prise aujourd'hui par les réseaux, c'est une bonne trajectoire. On est en train de progresser. Et au début, c'était juste les évaluations. Mais nous avons vu qu'il fallait, pour induire le changement, il fallait agir. Nous sommes donc passés de l'évaluation pour aller vers l'action. Aujourd'hui, nous avons introduit la recherche et le plaidoyer. Donc c'est ce qui complète un peu vraiment la stratégie. Je pense que la stratégie qui est développée par PAL Network aujourd'hui est une très bonne stratégie et ça va nous permettre de nous positionner au niveau mondial en tant que réseau international sur les questions relatives aux évaluations citoyennes. C'est extrêmement important cela. C'est pourquoi je vois un avenir radieux pour PAL Network. Toutes mes félicitations et bravo au réseau PAL. Et mes meilleurs vœux pour cet anniversaire. Donc, meilleurs vœux pour ces 10 années. Et fêtons encore 10 ans encore et 10 autres années encore. En avant, PAL, le réseau PAL. Merci.
My name is Clinton Onchera. I support finance at the PAL Network Secretariat. I can say collaboration. Over the years, I've seen different actors come together with a common goal to ensure that every child has a future and every child has an opportunity to read and write. And this forms the foundation of their future. I've seen donors come together with other members and also the PAL Network Secretariat to ensure that this goal is achieved. I'm sure this has been mentioned already. I was very proud to see PAL Network winning the WISE Award. This went a long way to ensure that our tools are recognized globally. And also when we're doing our assessment, when you go to the field and you see the work that volunteers put in, this is really inspiring and gives hope and more energy for us to continue this work. Just the thoughts of every child being able to read and write, and this is going to influence their lifelong living and learning. I believe this is the greatest achievement for every child who is inspiring for our future. And I believe as we've been working all through this,
Awesome. I am glad that you listened. Now the literacy part, done. So let's get seated. We start our next session. All right. So I suppose we managed to get the report via the QR code, but don't worry. For those of us who would like a hard copy version, you will get it within the day. So don't worry at all if you need to peruse an actual book. It will be here with us shortly. And I'd now like us to move to the next session, where we will have reflections on the ICAN-ICAR report. For this session, we have 3 guests, 2 of whom are in the room, and I shall call them up on stage as I introduce them. So we have Dr. Sarah Ruto. Welcome on stage. Let's give her a clap as she comes. So Dr. Sarah Ruto is an accomplished education leader. And she doesn't like to be said. She doesn't like a whole lot to be said, but I'd like her to, she will introduce herself in her own words. because the ones I want to say, she doesn't want them to be said by me, so I'm fine with that. But most welcome, Dr. Sarah Ruto from Echidna Giving. Next, we shall have Dr. Benjamin Piper. A round of applause for him as he comes. Awesome. And Dr. Ben Piper is the Director of Global Education Program at the Gates Foundation. So, I am going to request both that they will actually share what they would want us to know about them, because what I'd want to say may be different from what they want us to hear. We are here for our children. We have had key highlights from the report. They are going to reflect on that in different angles, and they will talk about it themselves. And first, we'd like to have Dr. Sarah Ruto starting. And if I can get another microphone, I would appreciate. So over to you, Sarah. It's okay to sit. It's okay to stand.
Thank you very much, Winnie. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Bonjour. Hamjambo. Gosh, this team does not have any voice. I don't know what's wrong. But it's really a pleasure for me to be here with you this morning, and for many reasons. For those of you who don't know, and I think that's the only thing I'll say about myself, I was the founding CEO of the PAL network. So I started off and handed over the reins to Armando. And so when I was seated back, listening to the findings, listening to the speeches, listening to everything happening, I had to go down memory lane. The first was really to appreciate and congratulate all of you for being in this space. So that was really important for me. And my first point will be about that, looking back and then listening to the findings. Because I was both happy, but somewhat bittersweet. And I'll explain why. So I only have 3 points, because as Ben came in, we were joking that I have a notebook, he has an iPad. And you remember what we were told about technology. It is also, and I'm using that as an illustration, because perhaps that is the main thing about what we need to be focusing on, issues about the advantages or backgrounds people have and how we are thinking about them. You have heard many things from morning. So I'm only going to say 3 things, hoping that you will remember them. And the first, as I said, is looking back. Looking back at us as a network. Because there's a reason why we are called PALs. We are friends. It is the People's Action for Learning Network. Everyone is a person. It doesn't matter where you sit, whether in government or outside, whether in the political class, from whichever continent, we are a people. And as a people, we are all united by a common cause. And this is the common cause that has brought us together. So looking back, it made me remember one person, and that is Rukmini. She was supposed to be joining us, but and I hope she will join us. But I remember when we started the PAL network in 2015, and I had the honor to lead the secretariat. She had a simple wish, and the wish was that let us do something together, because all of us were doing things that were similar. Some were doing ASA Pakistan, ASA India, others were doing Uwezos, others were doing Bekungo, Mia was doing something. So all of us were doing something. If it is in the family of fruits, we had our mango, maybe citruses, a tangerine, an orange. You know, they were similar but not the same. And so she said, let us do something that brings us together, something common. And the reason I'm talking about her is because she shared her wish with all of us. She shared her dream for all of us. And then thereafter, we all listened from Uganda, Tanzania, Senegal, Mali, Mia, Nigeria. Those were the people who started it, the first few countries, Mexico. And when we listened to her idea, we said, actually, it's a good one, because we need to tell a common story together, because there's unity when people come together. Like a river, when you put all your energy together, it builds power. And maybe that is what we should always remember. What brought us together is still with us. Are we building enough power so that we can reach what we want, where we wanted to go? And so that is how we put together the standards. That was Hannah May's baby. And these standards led us to starting with ICAN, the International Common. International? Of what? Of numeracy. There are some people who are here and they don't know what ICAN and ICAR stand for. That is why I was just checking, but I see you're good. So that is how come we started with ICAN that Ketan led us, and the rest is history. So I'm saying this because big things do not start from big things. They start from a simple wish. And the PAL network is about that simple wish from a citizen somewhere in India that all of us could unite with. PAL network is about possibilities. It is about including everyone. Possibilities, because look at how many languages this work has been done in. How many languages are we talking about? 18? 18 languages. You know, for if it was somebody else, they would have said, that is not possible. To do a common assessment, 18 languages, but really it is about possibilities. And so when we are thinking about the findings today, let us think about the possibilities. And those possibilities can continue to rise from one single person. So that's my first point about the possibilities of what this network can be and why this network must continue. Because it is important for us to unite with the possibilities across continents. Because many times we look at the differences when in reality there are many things that unite us. Armando, when he invited me, he gave me the marching orders to talk about gender. When I'm reflecting on the ICAN and ICAR, it's no longer ICARE, because ICARE belongs to some other people. I think you are about to be taken to court for that name. So, but let me just use ICAN and ICARE, because it's about ICAN and ICARE, about the values that we must always remember. I can do something because I care about it, about the numeracy and reading assessment results that have brought us together. So when you look at the assessment results, the 5 messages that were shared, and he told me to think about it from a gender perspective. You can see he was setting me up, isn't it? Because if you look at the process of how the results, the evidence is generating, the process of going to the field. I know care is taken to ensure that we have at least a male and a female volunteer. So that when you go to a household and you are testing, if there's a girl who is scared of another girl or a boy, you know, you have that relationship. So gender is thought about in the process. When we are thinking about the test items, I know that there is an analysis done to check the messaging, even if it is a simple story, the messaging that comes out. Thank you very much. Was that story about me? By the way, my name is Sarah and I spell it without an H. So I was identifying myself with that story. But that is how children identify themselves with a story. So if you're giving a story that is putting people in particular gendered norms, they identify with that story. And I know that the process takes care about these things. So it comes then to the results. What were the results saying to us? I think there are a number of things that stand. That number one, the needle has not changed much. When we started releasing these results, at least when I use the examples of Uwezo in East Africa, it was 3 out of 10 children can read or enumerate. Now it is 4 out of 10 children. If you look at in terms of gender, there is no major gender difference. Boys do not perform so greatly as opposed to girls. There are few here and there, but more or less they are at par, which is good, isn't it? Because it means, okay, I don't know whether it's good. They are good in being behind, so I don't know whether that's good. Because they are behind, but it's all of them that are behind. So there is no major difference when it comes to how children are acquiring their basic literacies and their basic numeracies. So the question we should be asking ourselves, when they proceed on, does it remain that way? And if it does not remain that way, where does the rain begin to hit us? Is it about the pedagogy? Because if you start the same, and then later on, when you're looking at society, like for example, if I look at women in politics in Kenya, we are not yet at the constitutional level. If I look at women in the sciences, we are not there. If I look at women who are going to do law, now there is about 50-50, maybe about 55% in Kenya. Today, there are more women who are entering to do law. If you look at economics, there are fewer. So in other words, when you look at where women and girls are doing better, it is more in the arts-oriented courses than in the science. But when I step back and look at what were the numeracy scores when they were starting, they were the same. So where does the rain begin to beat us? And that is what I'd like us to be thinking about when we're thinking about evidence. Because I know someone here came and said we should be thinking about the boy child. Of course we should think about the boy child, but so should we also think about the girl child. But looking at the evidence today, there was no reason to tell us we should think about the boy more than the girl, because there is an equality which we should celebrate, and thereafter ensure that we remain as is that way for both our boys and for our girls. That is how I'd like us to be thinking about evidence when we are thinking about gender, so that we don't take positions that are just like that, but we take positions based on the evidence. So in that respect, of these 4 out of 10 children that can read, an equal number are boys as they are girls. So we should be looking at, therefore, what else should we do? There's only one more finding. Give me the time. How much time? Only 2 more minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. Now, in that 2 minutes, I have 2 more points. So 1 point for the remaining point. That when we are thinking then about if gender at the foundations is okay, what are the other issues? The issues that came out were that if you look at the children who are, they are doing a little bit worse than the children in the urban areas. I think that was a finding that was in the report. And the other one was, I think, using the proxy. At least I'd like to think that the computers and gadgets that Ben has are a proxy of socioeconomic status. Using that proxy, then it shows that children who have a particular home background seem to be doing better in terms of literacy and numeracy. So we should therefore, at this foundational level, begin to question more about that. These drivers of inequality. We also have children who are not in school. And there were bigger numbers, I think, in Mali. Was it Mali that was leading with the biggest number of children who are out of school? They are our business too, because this promise of education is for all of us. So my second point is that when it comes to the foundations, there are no marked gender differences, but there are other inequality indicators that we need to be looking at. The other point is that while the children proceeding get their basics, by the time they are at the end of their primary, the one thing that is there is that we are a very inefficient system. So we must focus on how do we become more efficient. If a child in grade 2 is supposed to do this, let them do it. If a child in grade 3 is supposed to do this, let them do it. We are very inefficient. And because of our inefficiency, all of us schooled people over here, we are failing generations of children. Finally, what can we do about it? And I'm giving you back. I think it is very important that all of us sit here as individually, as an audience, and you ask yourself, what can I do about it? This is not about what others can do, but what can I do? And we come from different places and spaces. There are so many things. Evidence has spoken. I think, borrowing from what others stated, this is not so much a technical issue as an issue of will, issue of political will, issue of will from the ministry, will from we as organizations, will from the funders who are seated over here. And that will to work together. I think to be less concerned about your own specifics, about how you think, you see things, and to be more focused on what is good for that child. Because we are not putting our collective energy together. We have too many duplications. We have too much wastage of resources. I think it is because we are looking at ourselves and what this means for us rather than for the children. So maybe let us refocus our energy where it is needed. To be honest, when I look at Suman over here and a number of us who qualify as grandparents, and Baylor over there, we have been in this business for too long. Surely you people, you need to start a new topic. Do you want to continue again talking about foundational learning? Let us agree that that was the topic of my generation, that your generation sort out this issue and start talking about something else. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And with all that passion, I was looking around the room and I see lots of nodding. So I suppose a seed has been planted in us. We have to have the will to do something as individuals in our own spaces, right? And we have been asked to be talking about something else later, but we can only do that if we take our time and do what we can in our space. So next, I'm welcoming Dr. Ben Piper on stage, and let's clap for him as he gets to the podium. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. I also, like Sarah, have 3 comments, but this is a pre-comment to my 3 comments, which is to the assessment, research, and learning people in the room. So I think we're represented by all these 11 countries, and Armando, if I understand correctly, people who've actually done the work. And I used to work on assessments, and so I know the various processes. I see many people in the room who've also worked on assessments. So I want you to hear from me, those of you who've been working in your home country on all of these tasks. You were planning this assessment. You were doing the sampling. You were doing the data collection, quality assurance, cleaning, data analysis, report writing. If that was you, if you did any of those things, can you raise your hand? If that was you doing any of those things, raise it high so we can see. And I know that the thing about assessment, any one of these things, if it was done badly, the whole assessment wouldn't have worked. So can we clap for them for all the work that meant? We're here today, we have a nice figure, we have graphs, but it depends on the blood, sweat, and tears of people on the ground. So thank you. I know how hard it was. I know how much work it was. So for the people in the back, I have a request for you. I would like you to turn to the slide that says Findings 2, because it's going to get to my first point. I have 3 points. Finding 2 is the figure I would like us to look at when we look at together. There's feedback. Is there feedback for anybody else? Yes? Maybe, do you have a microphone on? I don't know. Just turn off the other microphones if we can. So the first thing is related to the trajectory of learning. And if you can show that figure, I can give you my first word, my first point, which relates to it. So this figure is going to show you each of the countries, and on the x-axis is years. So we have on the y-axis the percentage of kids who are hitting the benchmarks for reading and math. Is someone updating the figure?
David, if we can get fact 2 on the screen, please.
Is that possible? You can imagine it. This is the one where each country is a graph. It's there. No, not that one. I had each country as a separate graph, finding 2. Now we're really building suspense for what my first point is going to be. It's a good one. No? It's coming. Thanks. Yes, we've done it. Clap for them. Thank you. So what I want you to look at is the shape of the curves. Each of these countries have a different sector, a different figure, and the y-axis is age. The x-axis is grades. The y-axis is the percentage of kids. So here's my first point. I want you to look at the shape of the curve. The main problem we have is that the curves are flat. Tell your neighbor flat. No, say it like you like them. Tell them the word flat. Flat. The curves are flat. I want curves that curve. Because a curve that curve, if you look at Mexico as an example of what we want, it curves because we've solved the problem by the time the kids are a certain age. That's what we want to see. Or we want to see at a certain point that the curve increases so more kids get learning. But most of these countries are flat. And what does it mean when it's flat? For those of you who are policymakers or policy connected, what it means that because it's flat is that we are not teaching the children. It's not that they'll catch up in grade 4 or they'll figure it out when they're 12. We are not teaching the children. There's not a time where the curve happens. Unlike Mexico, where the curve happens early and we solve it. I know people from all of these countries. And let me tell you 2 people whose fault it is not that the curve is flat. It is not the children. Wave your hand if you agree with that. It's not the child's fault. And not because Hezbon Otieno is in the room, but because I believe it, it's also not the teacher's fault. Hezbon is with the union, right, Hezbon? The countries that have recently had really big impacts and shifts, their shifts in countries. Percentage of kids who are hitting benchmarks. It is not a small change. It is a dramatic change. When we worked in Kenya back in the day, Martin, the impacts were dramatic. They were fast. The percentage of kids who hit benchmarks doubled because the thing was very different. They were following the evidence base. So my question, request, and thought to everyone in the room is what can we do that would make a dramatic difference? Talk about some of the second point is about numeracy. So my second word is numeracy, and I want to agree with what Sarah said here. Numeracy is a big problem. There has been substantially less evidence and impact and investment on what to do to improve numeracy. We heard Martin talking about some of the work that Zizi has started here with the numeracy action team. There's a lot more work that needs to happen on numeracy. If you look at the evidence, we have recently, I will talk about this later on today, there's new evidence on a new paper about what the globe should do to improve literacy. I had someone ask me, Ben, why don't we have a numeracy paper? And the answer was, there's not enough evidence in numeracy to develop a paper about what the evidence globally says. We at the Gates Foundation are trying to change that. We have several numeracy partners. I'm seeing Youth Impact nodding. There's others in the room. We have a new numeracy R&D program, which is going to work in eight programs in 7 countries to develop evidence about how to improve numeracy. So really encouraging those of you who are working either on the assessment side or the implementation side, think about numeracy. We need to build up the evidence about how to improve numeracy. And the last one, if you remember, my first word was flat, second one is numeracy. The third one is 2 words, so I cheated. The third one is don't rest. Tell your neighbor, don't rest. Now, what we have on these figures, if you go even to the previous one, we don't have to show it. I don't want to make it take too long. But we are seeing some countries that are not moving, right? I'm going to hazard the chance to say something about my beloved Kenya, Martin, if you allow. We can't rest in Kenya. If I read that correctly, Tanzania and Kenya results are almost exactly the same. And if you look at previous years, Kenya was substantially ahead of Tanzania. So my question to Kenya and other countries who are getting caught up to, what are you doing? Have we rested? Have we rested on our laurels and not really pushed? What's beautiful about this ICAN-ICAR is that it allows us to compare Kenya not just to itself, but to other countries across other regions. And so sometimes when you're Kenya, you're comparing yourself on SACMEC and you feel good because there's only 1 or 2 countries ahead of you, then these are the very rich countries. When you look here, we're seeing countries like Kenya who have really been a leader on foundational learning. How do we move forward? With your leadership, Martin, I'm excited. Everything you said here, I was writing down happy yes. We need to have substantially better outcomes. We need to support teachers, and we need that to happen at the highest levels. So my kind of bonus close is just something that happened on Sunday. Sunday was the end of the G20. G20 was held in South Africa. First time it was in Africa. And there was an event on the very end where there was this, the setup of the Head of State Collaborative on Foundational Learning. So came together. South Africa, President Ramaphosa, India, Prime Minister Modi, and Brazil, President Lula. So there's a picture from Sunday of them shaking hands together, the 3 of them, setting up this idea of a head of state collaborative on foundational learning. And those 3 countries are pretty unique because of the political will, Sarah, the political will that these leaders are making, not just to say, yes, you NGOs do the work, yes, you nice NGOs in the room take care of this problem, but the leaders in the senior level head of state saying it is our responsibility to take control of improving learning. So I wanted to share that with all of you, that on the one hand, there's something new, head of state level, 3 big countries emphasizing foundational learning. And then secondly, it is a critical part, to Sarah's point, political will, leadership from the top is a critical part of why these countries are having big impacts. If you look what's happened in India over the last few years, you look at what's happened in Brazil over the last few years, the percentage of kids who can learn who know how to read in Brazil have dramatically increased because of what government is doing over and above what civil society and NGOs have done. So I think that's a pathway for all of us. So thank you everybody to remember what I said. First one was flat. We want to make it curve. Second one is don't forget numeracy. And the third and final point is don't rest for everyone. Thank you very much.
And I'm not going to add, our 2 speakers have taken us back differently. You know how the network started, but also Ben here telling us that he's been doing assessments for a while and now moving to a different space. Wherever space we are not going to rest. Do we agree? Now, to our last speaker for this session, who we have named the matriarch of citizen-led assessments, Dr. Rukmini, if we can please bring her forward. She has confirmed that she's back online. She's attending another event, but back online to give her remarks. Do we have Rukmini with us? And Rukmini is the CEO of Pratham Education Foundation in India. India is where the citizen-led assessments started. It happened, they tried out it worked. We had several people going over to learn and also adapt to their context. And the next after India, we had Bela and her team from Pakistan who went over. Then there was a group from East Africa where we had Sarah, John. John is shaking his head. We had Uwezo East Africa team that joined next. Then we had West Africa coming on. You had Bekungo, you had Jangando mentioned. Then we had Mexico. Those are like about 7. Are we counting together? Do we know how many members are there now? That was 7. And Rukmini is here. At this moment, there are 15 countries, all learning, starting together. So good to see you, Dr. Rukmini, and over to you for your remarks. Let's please unmute. Can hear you, please go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Common things. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Lo siento. I can. Okay. Working? Okay, thank you. We will still see differences in technology and AI and everything else combined, even in our room. So, my question was, I can, I will, I did. Where are we as we launch these results? I had, I will, I did, I will. At the back there, Noam, where are we? I did. We had numeracy. It was ICAN, International Common Assessment of Numeracy. And we said we also have to look at literacy. So we will do something about it. And did we not? So another clap, please, for all the people that have done this. So I have borrowed just a few minutes from the next session, also realizing that in our numeracy we have division, right? So we will divide a little bit the time, but any one burning question, only one, to our speakers. We were also moved. Bela, please. Could we get a microphone to Bela? And it will only be Bela. Thank you for raising your hand. So only one. And let's see who the question is for.
Congratulations once again, but the three giants over here who've just spoken on the foundation learning movement. This is to all of you, and to be able to understand that we've got this captive audience across so many countries, across so many stakeholders. Our big challenge still remains how to get this from tier 2 to tier 1, and how to help when disparate data or data that's collected doesn't get funneled through to be registered where it should be registered, so that this effort does not go to waste. We need each one of you in your capacities, whether it is Asar and Pratham India, whether it is Gates Foundation or Echidna Giving, on how to get all of us galvanized so that this data makes a dent before we get to the UN Statistical Commission's meeting in March 2026. These calendars are well defined. We must make sure that ICAN-ICAR, which we have done, that data and more data. And remember, this data has come from the sampling done by NSOs. So it's not just random. This is a very important piece to remember, that the sampling was not just done by any of us as partners. We went to the national statistical offices, asked them to render a national sample which is representative and must therefore be registered. So tell us, just tell us, what are the next steps that we must do as a whole community of practice to get to the next serious level. Remember SDG 4.2.2, which is on early years, and 4.1.1a, both remain tier 2 indicators. That's not good enough. Not good enough for foundation learning. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, Bela. And I'm going to give you each a moment. So Ben will start. And as you tell us about what next and your closing sentence. So just a minute, and then we'll go over to Sarah and finish with Rukmini. Over to you, Ben.
Thanks so much, Bela. I think that's a very specific question on the reporting mechanism and what's the role that these kind of assessments can play. I do think that there has been a lot of increasing openness from UIS and various other UN agencies to having other assessments be considered. That's a different question than whether or not they will be considered for reporting. That's not something I'm sure about, but I do know that there's a more open conversation right now. We just had a meeting with them on this topic with a bunch of the partners last week, and I think there's another one upcoming. So hopeful. I think we're making the case on your behalf. Thank you. Oh, my last sentence. When a topic, the sentence of don't rest, at least for the Gates Foundation, we're not resting. This is what we do, this problem of solving foundational learning, working with governments, supporting those who are bought in. This is what we do, and I have a lot of energy and a lot of belief that we're going to have increasingly large numbers of good assessments to report, but also probably more importantly, more countries that are doing the right things to improve learning outcomes. So I think the 3 to 10 from a few years ago has become 4 to 10. We're on the right trajectory, but there's a lot more work to happen. Actually, I can say I have a new program officer here in Kenya. Salome Ongele is going to be a program officer here. We're not resting in Kenya. We're not resting overall. Raise your hand, Salome, for everybody. We're not resting. She has a lot of energy like me. Thank you.
You know, Bela, your comment, I think, affirms what we all should be worried about, and that is the occasional deprioritization that we sometimes see affecting foundational learning. Because why did it move from tier 1 to tier 2? I mean, there can be as many reasons why it moved to why it needed to have been kept there. But for me, it speaks to that deprioritization. And I sometimes wonder whether it is because the people who really do not have foundational learning will not be our own children, our own nieces and nephews. There will not be people in this room. There will be somebody out there. And therefore, it's easy to forget that. And that, for me, I think, is sometimes what I think is lacking, and which we must always harness it back. What makes us human, humane. Sometimes in Africa, we call it Ubuntu. I am because we are. And as long as we always remember that really we are like this sack of, in Kenya we are a potato growing region. And if you have one potato that is spoiled and it is in a sack, what happens? The entire sack will actually get spoiled. And so as long as some children do not have this, then we cannot as a society go where we needed to go. And so I think for me, my final message is, let us look out for each other. Just like the citizen-led assessment is in the household so that it can reach all children, irrespective of schooling age, irrespective of age, irrespective of socioeconomic status, as long as you've been sampled, you're part of that, and that your evidence matter. Let us continue to be guided by that. I think let us be friends. Let us go back to the values that make us whom we are. Maybe if we continue to care, I care, that this will lead us to continue doing what we are, so that I can and I care become our mantra, that we can do it because we care about each other. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And over to you, Rukmini ma'am. Usman. Okay. All right. Oh, she's there. It's all right. It's all right. So she's dropped out. So we are not resting. We have to look out for each other. We can do something because we care. We will keep doing something, and we have done something. We did it, right? So let's give a bigger clap for these panelists, the esteemed guests that we had here as they take their seats. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. And I'm sure that the members here have gotten something. Someone asked me what my name is. I thought I mentioned, but anyway, my name is Winnie Cherotich. I work at the PAL Network Secretariat, and at this point, we are moving on to the next session, of which I borrowed some time, so Amanda will have a shorter time, with a great panel. And if we could get 2 more seats at the front, please, thank you. And so I will welcome Amanda to welcome the next panelists on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A round of applause to Winnie for facilitating this very, very powerful session. If you hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, stand up. If you can hear me, raise your left hand, up, 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 up. And put it down, 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 down. If you hear me also, bounce to your right, 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 right. Go, 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 more, 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 more. Yes, now come back. So it was easy to take a few more times from this session because it's from PALs. We can subtract some time from them. So if you still want to stand up, you can keep standing. If you want to take your seat, please feel free to take your seats. I would like to invite my panelists for the next session, and we will do very few adaptations given the time that we have available, but we're expecting to close this session by 1. So for this session, I'm very happy to announce 4 PAL network leaders. And please help me in appreciating as I announce them. Those are the people who did this work in some countries. They will be talking about their perspectives at country level or even their perspective at the regional level if they have some lessons to share. So I will start by, as we wait for the chair to come, I will start by inviting Saeed Ahmed from IID Bangladesh. Please. Saeed is a long and outstanding member and a creative in the family. He and his team have been helping us in some of the designs that you have seen for this session. So thank you, Saeed, for that support as well. Next, we will have also Annabel Velasquez from MIA, Mexico. Annabel is representing MIA, and we have a huge challenge in our family because whenever we have a convening like this, people always say that, oh, we missed that meeting in Mexico. So they are such a good hostess that they have received us very well. We never forgot about that session. Thank you, Mia, for being such a great partner. We will also have here Dr. Mari Goretti Nakabuku. Please, a round of applause for her. Goretti, thank you for joining this session and for sharing your reflections on ICAN-ICAR. I will also use this opportunity to publicly appreciate you for hosting our board in September in Uganda for a very special convening and experience of seeing assessment in practice. So we had our board members witnessing this assessment in Uganda a few months ago. Thank you, Goret, for that support. And last but not least, we have mon ami Rokaya Sise, the Senegal. Rokaya leads the L'Artes Infants in Senegal. They also championed the Jangando assessment in Senegal, and I was very happy to be part of the assessment, one of the countries that I have visited and followed the processes of data collection. So thank you all for coming and for being available to share your reflections. And this session is about looking at the ICAN-ICAR data and recognizing that, of course, there may be gaps, but also some opportunities that you see on what else can be done to solve or to address the current crisis. So I will start with Said, just to hear from your perspective and looking into this data, what do you see there, and how do you think we can address the issues that are raised by the report? Back to you, Said.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Ron. And welcome everyone once again to this panel. Looking at the data, some of the things while we were already assessing, we could sense what was happening. But when you finally see the data, there are some still few surprises to me after working with this common assessment for some time. One particular area is that we always talk about the return on investment for education, but in the data we see in areas where you have high input but low impact, particularly in case of Bangladesh, when you see the table shows that Bangladesh was very high in learning in their mother tongue, because there is a correlation, there's supposed to be. High in availability of books, the textbooks at home. High in access to phone. High in tutoring. But still, Bangladesh was still performing low. So that is one key thing that I saw. The second thing is, with this failed, I say that the investment that it shows that both from the public and for the parent, but for the parent it's so heartbreaking because when you see that in Bangladesh, primary education is free, but still parents are spending their hard-earned money to send the kids, to the tutor, private tutor. And in our other study, it also shows is the very poor families, particularly the mother who earn, they even hide their earning from the father to pay that extra, cash to the tutor. And when that failed, it's heartbreaking, so that it shouldn't be the case. And the third thing we see is also the learning inequality. So the way the data, it's showing that, after, if you pay for the, private schools, also in case of Bangladesh, it's showing that a high number of parents are now going for the private school because they think the public school failed. Yet, the private school is also failing them. The data, learning hasn't improved. So the parents are desperate. They want to do something, but it's not working. I think so. This is a learning that I see from the data. For the solutions, do you want to talk about now, or I'm going to talk about after a second?
We can talk about that next. So it's good to hear your first reflections from the data. We will move to Mexico also to start with the same question. Looking at this, what are your reflections? What are we learning from this data, and maybe how we can address the challenges that we see from there?
Sí, muchas gracias, Anabel Velázquez de Mía.
Sorry, I think you will have to have your devices with you, because we have a good mixture of languages in the panel. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias antes que nada por la invitación a toda la red PAL. Gracias por permitirme estar aquí en este importante evento. A mí me gustaría hablar independientemente de la data e iniciando justamente con el contexto en el cual nosotros estamos trabajando desde Medición Independiente de Aprendizajes, MIA, México. Nosotros sabemos que desde hace varias décadas hay una crisis de aprendizaje. El Instituto de Estadística de la UNESCO indicó que casi 617 millones de niñas, de niños, de adolescentes no podían leer una frase simple ni realizar operaciones aritméticas básicas. Lo peor de todo esto es que casi 2/3 partes estaban asistiendo a la escuela. Esto representa que escolarización no necesariamente es igual a aprendizaje. En el caso específico de nuestra región, América Latina y el Caribe, los resultados de PISA indicaron que la región se ubica en la mitad inferior de la clasificación global de calidad educativa en matemáticas, en lectura y ciencia. En el caso de nuestro proyecto especial de incidencia, que es MIA, nosotros hemos recolectado información a lo largo de 10 años ya. Hemos trabajado específicamente en recolectar datos de aprendizajes básicos en lectura, matemáticas y en aprendizajes socioemocionales. Aquí hemos notado que después de la pandemia, específicamente la pobreza de aprendizaje, es decir, que los niños, las niñas a los 10 años de edad no pueden leer una frase simple, hemos notado que incrementó casi de 26%, 16% en lectura y de 29 a 30% en matemáticas, dependiendo del nivel socioeconómico. A partir de esto, entonces, me surge una primera reflexión, que estos datos son fundamentales para hacer el seguimiento que llevamos en nuestro país. Específicamente, nosotros, al formar parte de la red PAL, hemos hecho estas evaluaciones de manera sistemática. Empezamos con el trabajo justamente de ICAN, lo más cercano, para ahora evolucionar a ICAN-ICAR. Pero, ¿qué pasa con esto? Es importante que nosotros identifiquemos la intensidad del problema. ¿Para qué? Para que a partir de eso podamos proponer acciones remediales. Estamos hablando que justo estos datos a nosotros ahora en México nos caen muy bien, porque además de esto, como ustedes saben, ha desaparecido el Instituto Nacional de Evaluación de la Educación. Mejoredu dio unos primeros resultados, sin embargo, prácticamente, pues Mejoredu también desaparece. Entonces, tenemos una opción justamente con Citizen-Led Assessment que nos permite tener esta evaluación independiente, por eso nos llamamos medición independiente de aprendizajes, que justamente nos permiten identificar este problema. Solamente para hacer un resumen, en México se visitaron 5,480 hogares, encuestando a 8,351 niños. Estas evaluaciones, la verdad, fueron un esfuerzo muy grande. Agradecemos a la Red PAL por todo el apoyo. Se hicieron entrevistas cara a cara, niño a niño, en 21 estados de la República Mexicana. México es un país muy complejo, tenemos diferentes regiones. La muestra de por sí fue algo complejo, hicimos una muestra estratificada y demás que nos permitió tener esa representatividad de la información. A partir de esto, entonces, yo me voy a enfocar, y no sé si llevo buen tiempo, ¿sí? Me voy a enfocar en el primer resultado, que es justamente el porcentaje de niños y de niñas de 10 años que alcanzan los niveles mínimos de competencia en lectura y matemáticas. Allí yo hice una clasificación, debo decir que tengo una formación de sistemas computacionales.
I have been in computational systems. I made a classification there by dimensions. Mention in connection with the achievement in maths. Yeah. You have already mentioned that in Mexico, it would seem that they have a high level of minimum competency. And we see that we have 83% boys and girls who achieve this minimal competency level in maths. But in any case, it's happening with the remaining 17%, which is a vast number of boys and girls. Here, another lack that I see is that even if it may look that the reading percentage are appropriate, and we're talking about 70%, what is happening with the remaining 30% of boys and girls?
Méndez ya comentaba que muchos de ellos están en condiciones de pobreza, en condiciones de marginación, en condiciones de que no hay infraestructura en los centros escolares. ¿Qué está pasando con ello? Otra carencia que detecto muy evidente es que 1/3 de estos niños, de estas niñas de 10 años, no tienen el nivel mínimo de competencia en ambos dominios, en lectura y matemáticas. Entonces, me parece también que ese es un hallazgo muy
In the turn of questions, I will share some opportunities that I think would be important. Also, the trajectory, the school trajectory, does not reach 100% of the minimum level of competency even at 12 years old. What does this mean? that there is a very slow progression by the students. So it would seem that the results are acceptable, but from my point of view, they are not. We have to continue working on it. We have to reinforce this basic learning. In Mexico, we have a program called ENTE, that is National Strategy for Educational Trajectory, where we seek to implement this type of innovation, MIA camps, in order to reduce that gap. So I think we shouldn't say, no, the results of Mexico are very good. No, this is a call for action.
Gracias, Anabel. Después hablamos un poquito de los campamentos MIA y cómo estoy ayudando a resolver el problema de aprendizaje en México. Now we will come to Senegal. To hear from Rukaya. After digesting the report, to share with us.
OK. Merci beaucoup, Armando. Je pense que vous allez aussi garder les casques parce que je vais parler en français. Armando, très rapidement, je dirais que je devrais remercier la famille PAL de nous avoir donné l'opportunité d'avoir des données de ICAN-ICAR. Parce qu'on se posait beaucoup de questions. Et moi, j'espérais avoir des réponses. J'attendais beaucoup de cette évaluation en me disant, je vais pouvoir répondre à certaines questions qui m'interrogent en tant que chercheur sur la question de l'éducation et sur les progrès qu'on peut avoir dans la mesure des apprentissages au Sénégal. Parce que nous n'avons pas fait l'évaluation Djangando depuis 2019. Nous avons fait des évaluations ELANA, mais sur des échantillons assez réduits. Et cette opportunité d'avoir une évaluation représentative en 2025, c'était carrément une aubaine et de l'or. Donc, merci. Mais quand je regarde les résultats, je n'ai pas mes réponses et j'ai des très nouvelles questions, des questions très complexes et qui nous interpellent. Je veux juste rajouter peut-être quelques éléments de contexte pour mieux comprendre pourquoi certains résultats aujourd'hui nous interpellent tous. Au Sénégal, nous apprenons en français et en langue nationale. Et il apparaît que dans les données ICAN-ICAR, il n'y a que 22% des enfants qui ont été interrogés qui parlent français à la maison, alors qu'ils apprennent en français. Donc vous voyez, c'est le deuxième le plus bas. C'est le deuxième le plus bas niveau de tous les pays. Nous avons aussi des parents avec un niveau d'instruction assez faible. Il n'y a que 30% de parents qui ont dépassé la fin du primaire. Donc ça veut dire que le niveau des parents est globalement faible. Troisième élément de contexte très important, c'est l'accès à la technologie. Nous avons un des taux les plus élevés du réseau sur l'accès à la technologie, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a au moins un ordinateur ou une tablette dans les maisons. Donc vous voyez le contraste. Niveau des parents faible, mais accès assez important à la technologie. Et pourquoi c'est important? Parce qu'un des résultats qui m'a posé le plus, je ne dirais pas problème, mais qui nous interroge le plus, c'est les résultats des enfants qui ont été testés en langue nationale. Nous avons eu 39 enfants qui ont été, 39% des enfants ont été testés dans les langues. Nous avons 6 langues nationales dans lesquelles, depuis 2020, un programme a été lancé pour que les enfants apprennent dans les premières années d'apprentissage en langue nationale avant de passer progressivement au français. Et il est ressorti que ces enfants ont fait de meilleurs résultats que ceux qui apprennent en français. Et ça pose la question de la relation entre la langue parlée à la maison et la langue d'apprentissage. Il y a toute une discussion autour de ça. Normalement, vous devez avoir plus de résultats si vous parlez la langue à la maison. Et ici, nous avons un résultat assez paradoxal. Je pense que nous devons creuser ces résultats et savoir qu'est-ce qui est en train de se passer, parce que nous sommes dans un tournant décisif au Sénégal avec cette réforme éducative qui fait intervenir les langues nationales. Nous sommes sur une période de pilotage, mais le passage à l'échelle est prévu en 2027. Si on passe à l'échelle, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Parce que pour l'instant, peut-être que les conditions sont très favorables parce que nous ne sommes que sur quelques régions. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer quand on va passer à à l'échelle, est-ce que les conditions seront aussi favorables? Parce que l'hypothèse, c'est que, en général, les pilotes marchent. Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe quand on passe à l'échelle? Est-ce qu'on a toujours la même qualité en termes de formation des enseignants, en termes de matériel pédagogique, en termes d'encadrement? Qu'est-ce qui se passe lorsqu'on passe à l'échelle? Mais je trouvais que ce point était très important et c'est pour ça que cette évaluation a une résonance très importante actuellement au Sénégal. C'est très attendu. Tout le monde attend les résultats de cette enquête-là parce que depuis que nous nous sommes lancés dans cette réforme, il y a très peu de données sur les enfants qui apprennent en langue nationale. Et ça, c'est vraiment un challenge et je pense que nous devons creuser davantage. Je voudrais peut-être revenir sur un autre résultat qui est moins surprenant, toujours les inégalités entre le niveau rural et le niveau urbain, mais ce qu'on voit, c'est que plus on avance en âge, plus les enfants avancent en âge, plus ils ont des difficultés et plus l'écart se creuse. Ça veut dire que le système est en train de cristalliser ces inégalités et non pas de les corriger, mais est en train de les renforcer. Si je veux parler aussi de la technologie, et c'est pour ça que je parlais tout à l'heure du niveau faible des parents qui dépassent rarement le primaire, et aussi l'accès à la technologie qui est vraiment élevé par rapport aux autres pays du réseau, on voit que les enfants qui ont ces technologies ont fait de meilleurs résultats. Mais aujourd'hui, moi, la question que je me pose, c'est de savoir est-ce que ce ne sont pas plutôt les conditions socio-économiques favorables qui sont à l'origine des performances et non pas l'accès à la technologie. Et ça aussi, il faudra qu'on le creuse parce que quand on fait le distinguo entre le niveau faible d'études des parents et l'accès à la technologie qui est très important, on se dit qu'il est en train de se passer quelque chose. Nous sommes dans des sociétés qui sont en train de se transformer. La technologie est en train de s'implanter, y compris dans le milieu rural. Est-ce que le système éducatif actuel est en train de tirer profit de ces transformations? C'est quelque chose qu'il faut que nous puissions creuser davantage. Donc, juste pour dire merci et dire que ce sont des résultats qui nous interpellent et que nous devons désagréger les données, creuser davantage. Qui sont ces enfants qui apprennent en langue nationale et qui réussissent? Est-ce que c'est l'effet âge? Est-ce que c'est l'effet sexe? Est-ce que c'est l'effet conditions d'apprentissage? Est-ce que c'est l'effet conditions socio-économiques? On doit faire des analyses complémentaires. Merci.
Thank you, Rukaya. I know that I will invite you to engage with my panelists because they are the ones who did this work in their countries and they are raising very important questions. We heard about the question around the language of instruction and the home language, the issues about inequality, the issues about how do we reach to these last 20% that are not learning at the expected level yet. And I know that you have downloaded the report. Now you have a better access to the data. I will invite you to engage with them. But let me go to Goretti first to ask her the same question. You have been doing these assessments for very long, the WESO assessment in Uganda. Now we have this collective exercise with other PAL network members. I don't know if there are substantial differences that you see with the two data sets, but looking into the evidence that is coming here, what are your first impressions and reflections, Goretti?
Thank you very much, Amando, and good afternoon, everyone. I acknowledge the presence of my peers, represented here by Mr. Sejoba, Commissioner Higher Education. So Amando made it strategically to make me sit next to someone who is from Mexico, who has over 80% of the children actually performing at the right level. They have acquired all the competences. Sorry? Over 80, yeah, I said over 80%, so 83. And, but even where they sit in Mexico, they still worry about the 17% who have not yet acquired. So if you remember, I would like to speak to finding number 3, which specifically was at reported findings at grade 4, what we call primary 4 in Uganda. And it is saying that in most countries, less than 4 in 10 can read and do basic mathematics. But you hear also in Mexico, you have over 80%. So I come from a country, and excuse me, my PS, I come from a country which is among those which have stagnated at the bottom, where you have hardly 1 in 10 children who can read and do basic mathematics at primary 4. And you have a situation whereby actually children are acquiring these foundational skills later in life, later in higher grades. And Amanda asked a question if these findings are quite different from what the assessments that we have been doing. Not really. Actually, our assessment report that we launched in January this year is more or less the same findings. So we have kind of stagnated at the lowest level. I think Ben Piper talked about those countries. He talked about Kenya. Kenya stagnated at a higher level. We stagnated kind of at the bottom. So we have a big job to do. And so you have over 50% of the children acquiring these competences in upper grades, like at primary 6 and so on. But here is the situation. The findings that have been reported here at grade 4, the comparison was made at grade 4. So in Uganda, like any other country, we have a language policy, which stipulates that children should be taught in their local languages from grade 1 up to grade 3. So grade 4 is the transitional kind of class where now they transition to studying English as a language of instruction, but also as a subject. So the Ugandan children were assessed in English in this one. But the reason why local language was introduced really was to ensure that the children get the foundation. Because once they have learned to read in a local language, they should really be able to acquire also a second language, which is English. So which also puts a question to us, how is that language in education policy, how has it been really implemented? Are they, even when they're, because our WESO assessments, actually, the findings indicate that the reading competences are no better, even in the local language, which also puts a question on how we have implemented the teaching in local language kind of policy or practice. So we have some work to do there. The other issue is around the context of learning. So it's not just about teaching them, putting in place a policy that they should learn in a local language and then transition to English, but what about the context of learning? I was looking at I think it's table 2 in the report for those who have read the report. It's talking about the facilities or the resources. And I looked at the resources, the learning resources in the Ugandan context. Like you have only 18% of the children who had a textbook for the current grade. So if we're talking about reading and the children don't have a book in their hand, how on earth are they going to actually, in their hands rather, how on earth are they going to be able to learn how to read? So, and that finding is quite similar with in early this year, I think it was early this year or early last year, we launched a report that we did with a Global Education Monitoring Report, the Spotlight report on foundational learning, which was in partnership with ADEA. I saw Shem around, Shem is around, Shem Bodo. And again, those issues were actually raised. What we found was that the learning environments were not really conducive. When you talk about the textbook pupil ratio, where you find 5 or 6 children sharing a book, when it comes to reading, it becomes quite very difficult, leave alone any other subject. Issues around the pupil-teacher ratio, large classes, these are issues. So what I'm saying here is that we shouldn't rest. I think that was a takeaway from the previous panel. We shouldn't rest. If Mexico is not resting, where they only have 17% of the children who are not yet there, I have, Mr. Jeba, we have 90% of the children to catch up. We have a job to do, but it's never too late to do something good for children, for all children to learn. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and a round of applause for these first reflections from our panelists. I will now open the sessions for also the participants to share questions or comments from what you have heard in these brief reflections. Can I pick 3 or 4 questions to give some time for them to reflect, and we will make all our efforts to conclude on time. So can I pick 2 or 3 questions from you? We have 1, 2. Anyone else who wants to give reflections on this side? No? Let's start with him, and then if we get other questions on the other side, please feel free to share. Let's be very brief.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muy importante lo que escuchamos de los panelistas. Es una reflexión tan importante para mí. A pesar de que nosotros estamos preocupados por los 17% en México, nos vamos a ocupar o nos estamos ocupando de cómo mejorar ese porcentaje de 17%. Algo que quiero comentarles es que el trabajo mía lo está haciendo de manera humanista, lo está haciendo cercana a la gente, no inventa calificaciones, no inventa números. Nos dimos cuenta que a veces nosotros como docentes de educación primaria, secundaria, preescolar, a veces evaluamos solamente por cuestiones administrativas, para quedarse bien con nuestros jefes. En caso mía, evalúa de acuerdo al nivel de aprendizaje. Por eso aplaudimos, aceptamos la estrategia, la metodología que está haciendo mía. Chiapas necesita esa organización, necesita ese trabajo, porque nos está enseñando, estamos aprendiendo, estamos compartiendo metodología para mejorar la educación de las niñas, de los niños, que es nuestro compromiso, y no solamente para el maestro, también para los padres de familia y la sociedad en general. Muchas gracias, doctora Ana Bella, y sigamos trabajando, y ojalá que haya más apertura para otros niños hablantes de las lenguas indígenas.
Thank you very much. A very important call to measure, not just to measure, but to inform action. We have one more request here.
Thank you very much. I have a very precise question about the results that you measured in Uganda and Senegal regarding the local language. In Mexico, 17% of the enrollment in elementary school come from Indian children, Indian population. It's a very important percentage. And we have evidence that when children learn a second language, like the local one, the native language, and the Spanish, for instance, in your case, English, and in your case, French, they have a better condition to learn math. We have that evidence. So I wonder, because I didn't quite understood whether, you know, the fact of teaching in your national language, French and English, was a problem than just teaching in their native language, because the evidence we have is that it's the other way around. See, when you learn a second language, you are better prepared to learn mathematics?
Thank you for that important question. Let's see the reflection that will come. I'm insisting to hear this side of the room. So we still have 1 minute to get one question from this side of the room. Any reflection, any question? No? Okay. We will expect that the next sessions will allow us to dig deeper into the data. My panelists, there are a few reflections that came here, one around assessment for the purpose of improving learning. Another one is this language issue and how positively or negatively is influencing learning. I would like to hear from all of you, but as you reflect on this point, also make your final reflections and remarks, and I will give you 2 minutes each. Can we start with you, Goretti, this time?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'll respond to that issue of language. Actually, the reason why most countries have that policy or practice in place that requires that at least for the first 3 years of primary education, children should be taught in their local languages. It is to give them a foundation to acquire the second language much faster. The issue on whether once they have acquired the second language, then they are able to maybe do math very well. We haven't done that research in Uganda, so I don't have evidence to speak to that. But what is clear from the findings here is that for the Ugandan results, you see that we have hardly 1 child out of 10 who is able to read and understand those short stories that you show in the first session. But when it comes to mathematics, you have over 50% actually. So the variation between literacy and numeracy is extremely huge. And I could think that it could be also around language, because for English, strictly they had to respond in English. They were being assessed on English language competencies. For numeracy, they could respond in any language. Probably most of them were responding in the local language. So that could tell a difference. So the thing here is that once you have a policy that requires that children are taught in the local language, make sure that actually they learn to read. So the situation that we have in our country, and I think most other countries, but I'll speak to my own country, is that the policy is there sometimes just on paper. Because our own language assessments in Uganda show that actually sometimes in some contexts, children are better readers in English language than even in the local language, because the English language has the resources, the teachers are well trained. You don't have many teachers who are trained to teach in vernacular, in local language. So we have to do things really, really right so that no child is left behind.
Thank you very much, Goret, for your reflections. We move to Annabelle.
Sí, bueno, algunas oportunidades muy rápidamente. La primera de ellas yo creo que es reforzar la alfabetización inicial. La experiencia desde mía es que primero nos enfocamos en recuperar los aprendizajes básicos, pero ¿por qué esperar hasta 3er grado de primaria, hasta 4º grado de primaria, que un niño no pueda leer una historia corta, que no pueda responder preguntas de comprensión inferencial, que no pueda hacer una suma con transformación? En México le llamamos acarreo. No esperar a eso. Me parece que el primer punto es potenciar justamente alfabetización inicial, no solo en lectura, sino también en matemáticas, y es una parte que nosotros estamos desarrollando, estamos haciendo un piloto este año justamente en esa parte. La segunda es que a nosotros nos ha funcionado muchísimo el modelo Teaching at the Right Level. Es importante decir que estos campamentos los hemos implementado ya en más de 15 estados de la República Mexicana y los resultados han sido increíbles. En verdad, tenemos desviaciones estándar de 0.35 en lectura, 0.60 en matemáticas, lo que nos representan efectos muy altos y además un avance de 1 año de escolarización, por lo menos en lectura, y 2 años casi en matemáticas. Nos ha funcionado bastante bien. Otra cosa importante que creo es involucrar a la comunidad educativa. Eso también nos ha funcionado muchísimo. Nosotros tenemos una estrategia en la cual involucramos a los padres, madres de familia, para que ellos desde sus hogares, con estrategias muy sencillas, con materiales que no tienen que comprar, nos apoyen desde sus hogares para reforzar esos aprendizajes básicos. También no debemos dejar de lado la capacitación docente. Esta parte es fundamental. Yo creo que los docentes están ávidos de recibir innovaciones educativas, y no con esto hablo de tecnología, innovación educativa en el aspecto de hacer diferentes las cosas. Están ávidos de recibir estas metodologías, estas prácticas basadas en evidencia que les permitan mejorar esos aprendizajes fundamentales de los niños y de las niñas. Cierro, porque sé que estamos sobre tiempo, con el eslogan de Mía, que dice así: porque la educación es de todos, la responsabilidad es mía. Gracias.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And the numbers from MIA in teacher training are just amazing. They talk about training 80,000 teachers in the country, and voluntarily. They are not assessed for those assessments. They feel the importance of the assessment and they join the program, something really to celebrate. Said, your final reflections.
Thank you. I think based on the data and evidence, my call to action would be 3. So at IID we say that our mission is 3I, and this is exactly what I see with this. The first I is the inquire the evidence. We have more data here, disaggregated level data, which we can use not just as a message but as a mandate. Now our partners have a mandate to go back to our country and tell that the disaggregated data says that this is why we are failing. It says that we need to invest more on the foundational learning. It says that our rural and urban investment needs to be different. It says that just because investing on more, giving the books is not solving us, so we need to probably do something else. So find the data, disaggregated level data, to inquire more. That's first. Second, inform everyone. So that's this other thing. Particularly, to fix the public system, not the symptoms, we need to inform the policymaker, the stakeholders, so that the policy they make, the budget they make, they are evidence-based. In Bangladesh, we have also seen that majority of the budget goes to areas, either the salaries, the buildings, creating buildings, services, but salary for the teacher, but not capacity building of the teacher. So that's the second thing, that make sure that we properly inform them. And the third is the involve, and where I go with Peter, who earlier said that it's not the student's fault or the teacher's fault. But in Bangladesh, what we also see, teachers are always overburdened. From election monitoring to everything, we always pick the teachers. But we do not invest on them, we do not involve them in our solution. But the evidence, when I look at it, the other thing it shows that if you see that the disaggregated level data about the parents learning and everything, is that the education is not happening only in the school. It's happening in the home, it's also happening in the community. So which means involve the teacher, the community, the parents in the process when you talk about the reform. So inquire, inform, and involve in all 3 to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Said, for these powerful reflections. And we will move to Senegal. The issue around the language that you raised, there are different experiences from other countries or other perspectives also that we had from Uganda. What is your final reflection on the language issues, but also what are your final reflections on all these discussions that we had in this panel?
Okay. Merci Armando. Je pense que je dirais tout simplement que la question de la langue dans l'apprentissage, surtout si je prends l'exemple du Sénégal, on est sur un modèle qui débute, mais qui est assez hybride. On voit que dans les classes où on est supposé apprendre le français. Si? Alors, même dans les classes où on apprend le français, on a vu, d'après le terrain, les enquêtes, les observations de classe, que les enseignants utilisent les langues nationales pour faire passer certaines notions. Y compris dans les classes en langue nationale, il peut y arriver que l'enseignant ne parle pas lui-même très bien la langue dans laquelle il doit enseigner, et dans ce cas, il doit se référer au français. Donc, on est sur un modèle hybride qui demande beaucoup plus d'observation, de recherche, pour être vraiment sûr qu'on est en train d'adresser la bonne question. Par contre, ce qui me semble plus important, c'est de dépasser aussi cette question linguistique et de voir comment, par exemple, on enseigne les mathématiques par rapport à la lecture. Parce que c'est ressorti dans les résultats du Sénégal, les écarts sont quand même assez importants entre les deux matières. Et ça pose la question de la pédagogie. Est-ce que c'est uniquement la question de la langue le problème, ou est-ce qu'il y a un problème plus profond dans la formation même des enseignants et leur manière d'enseigner ces disciplines-là? Mais ce que je peux retenir de façon globale en entendant mes autres collègues des autres pays, c'est que le plus important, c'est d'enseigner dans la langue qui fait sens pour ne laisser aucun enfant en rade. Quelle que soit la question linguistique, il faut que cette langue ait du sens et permette à tout enfant d'exprimer pleinement son potentiel, et que nous, qu'on puisse mesurer de façon exhaustive les compétences qu'il a en réalité. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Rokaya. Thank you all for your reflections. Round of applause to my panelists. Thank you. As I invite them to go back to their seats, I will also call my colleague Winnie to give us the directions about the afternoon. I saw here in the final remarks from my panelists is an issue around policy implementation. One thing is the adoption of good policies, but another thing is how those good policies are implemented. And I think this language issue still requires additional information on how best it can be implemented. So back to you, Winnie, to guide us on what is coming next. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that session. Thank you for the reflections. Thank you, Armando, for leading the session. We have been sitting for a while, and I wouldn't want to keep you for much longer. So in the afternoon, we are going to have 3 sessions. So when we come back from lunch, and I'm hoping everyone has received a meal card, when we come back from lunch, we have 3 parallel sessions. In this main room where we are, we will have a discussion on SDG 4.1.1a, the role of citizen-generated data in driving accountability and strengthening education policy and practice. This main room. This session will be moderated by Joseph Nan O'Reilly from IPNED. So if you are joining this session, take note. The second room will be on my left, so we'll have a partition of this main room. So on my left, this is what we call Kaiti room, and we'll have panel 2 on transformative pedagogies, scaling teaching innovation to prepare learners for a rapidly changing world. That is panel 2, the room that will be on my left. You access from the door on the other side, so on my left. And the name of the room is Kaiti. The third panel, which is on building a strong, panel 2 will be moderated by Utibe Ensho from TEP Center. Panel 3, building a stronger evidence ecosystem for foundational learning, how public and private institutions can work together to enhance evidence uptake and data-informed decision-making in education. When you get out of this room, there's a staircase. So for panel 3, you take the staircase up and turn to the first room on your right, which is named Umba. At least I have seen a few notes, so this should be okay. So I kindly request that we be back at 2 p.m. in the respective rooms, and once we are done, we will be back to the main hall for our conclusion of the day. And as we go for lunch, I'd also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Senator Esther Okenyuri in the room. Let's clap for her. Awesome. She will also be sharing her reflections in panel 1. So lunch, when we walk out past the reception area, the team that is out will lead us past the reception area. There's a restaurant, and we are all invited. Bon provecho, bon appetit. I don't know how we say it in Kiswahili. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Awesome.
My name is Paula Bock. I work in advocacy and communications at the PAL network. When we were doing ICAN in 2019, and I was in Machakos and Mubende in Uganda. Now, what stood out to me in this different context is that Machakos is a semi-arid area. It's pretty dry. You could see people ferrying water in donkeys and children having to participate in the farming of mbaazi. I don't know what that is in English, in mbaazi. And the households were very humble. Mud houses, grass thatched, some had iron sheets. But then you go to Uganda and Mubende and it's the exact same environment. grass-thatched houses, children very excited, just excited about their upbringing. But what the stark difference I'm trying to put across is that one area is semi-arid, yeah. So you would assume that that justifies the level of quote-unquote poverty. The other area is very agriculturally promising, like flourishing. There are banana plantations and maize plantations. You would assume that because of this agricultural prowess, that their communities would be a lot higher in terms of economic gains and in terms of their capacity. But then there were, the experiences were very similar. What a child was struggling with in Mubende in reading basic text was also the same in Kitui. So it was a good reminder that these are some of the shared issues that children have across the global south, and the reason why we step in is to make sure we try and even that playing ground so that every child can be able to live their dream. I think the collective work is a huge impact. Members coming together to do, to collect data that represents a unified voice in the global south when it comes to advocating for children's foundational literacy and numeracy. The biggest question that has always been asked by our members from way before SDG 4 and 1 was established is, are our children learning? And it's it's an actual reality to date. Our data still shows that children are still being left behind. My hopes for PAL Network in the future is that we speak boldly about the things that we do, the data that we collect. We are an equal player in this field, if not a much more important player, because of the population we represent in the global south. So the things that we do, we have to speak very boldly about them without any, reservations. I would say impactful. My word is impactful. Wamora hinya ne PAL Network kum chopo igni apar and kwayo wani PAL Network biro dhi mbele timo gik madongo ahinya. Erokamano. My name is Paula Bock. I work in advocacy and communications at the PAL Network. When we were doing ICAN in 2019, and I was in Machakos and Mubende in Uganda. Now, what stood out to me in this different context is that Machakos is a semi-arid area. It's pretty dry. You could see people ferrying water in donkeys and children having to participate in the farming of mbaazi. I don't know what that is in English, in mbaazi. And the households were very humble. Mud houses, grass thatched, some had iron sheets. But then you go to Uganda and Mubende and it's the exact same environment. Grass thatched houses, children very excited, just excited about their upbringing. But what the stark difference I'm trying to put across is that one area is semi-arid, yeah. So you would assume that that justifies the level of quote-unquote poverty. The other area is very agriculturally promising, like flourishing. There are banana plantations and maize plantations. You would assume that because of this agricultural prowess, that their communities would be a lot higher in terms of economic gains and in terms of their capacity. But then there were, the experiences were very similar. What a child was struggling with in Mubende in reading basic text was also the same in Kitui. So it was a good reminder that these are some of the shared issues that children have across the global south, and the reason why we step in is to make sure we try and even that playing ground so that every child can be able to live their dream. I think the collective work is a huge impact. Members coming together to do, to collect data that represents a unified voice in the global south when it comes to advocating for children's foundational literacy and numeracy. The biggest question that has always been asked by our members from way before SDG 4 and 1 was established is, are our children learning? And it's a stark It's an actual reality to date. Our data still shows that children are still being left behind. My hopes for PAL Network in the future is that we speak boldly about the things that we do, the data that we collect. We are an equal player in this field, if not a much more important player, because of the population we represent in the Global South. So the things that we do, we have to speak very boldly about them without any, reservations. I would say impactful. My word is impactful. Wamora hinya ne PAL Network kuom chopo higni 10 en kwayowa ni PAL Network biro dhi mbele timo gik madongo ahinya. Erokamano. My name is Paul Abok. I work in advocacy and communications at the PAL Network. When we were doing ICAN in 2019, and I was in Machakos and Mubende in Uganda. Now, what stood out to me in this different context is that Machakos is a semi-arid area. It's pretty dry. You could see people ferrying water in donkeys and children having to participate in the farming of mbaazi. I don't know what that is in English, in mbaazi. And the households were very humble. Mud houses, grass thatched, some had iron sheets. But then you go to Uganda and Mubende and it's the exact same environment. Grass thatched houses, children very excited, just excited about their upbringing. But what the stark difference I'm trying to put across is that one area is semi-arid, yeah. So you would assume that justifies the level of quote-unquote poverty. The other area is very agriculturally promising, like flourishing. There are banana plantations and maize plantations. You would assume that because of this agricultural prowess, that their communities would be a lot higher in terms of economic gains and in terms of their capacity. But then there were, the experiences were very similar. What a child was struggling with in Mubende in reading basic text was also the same in Kitui. So it was a good reminder that these are some of the shared issues that children have across the Global South, and the reason why we step in is to make sure we try and even that playing ground so that every child can be able to live their dream. I think the collective work is a huge impact. Members coming together to do, to collect data that represents a unified voice in the Global South when it comes to advocating for children's foundational literacy and numeracy. The biggest question that has always been asked by our members from way before SDG 4 and 1 was established is, are our children learning? And it's an actual reality to date. Our data still shows that children are still being left behind. My hopes for PAL Network in the future is that we speak boldly about the things that we do, the data that we collect. We are an equal player in this field, if not a much more important player, because of the population we represent in the Global South. So the things that we do, we have to speak very boldly about them without any, reservations. I would say impactful. My word is impactful. Wamora hinya ne PAL Network kuom chopo higni 10 en kwayowa ni PAL Network biro dhi mbele timo gik madongo ahinya. Erokamano. My name is Paul Abok. I work in advocacy and communications at the PAL Network. When we were doing ICAN in 2019, and I was in Machakos and Mubende in Uganda. Now, what stood out to me in this different context is that Machakos is a semi-arid area. It's pretty dry. You could see people ferrying water in donkeys and children having to participate in the farming of mbaazi. I don't know what that is in English, in mbaazi. And the households were very humble. mud houses, grass thatched, some had iron sheets. But then you go to Uganda and Mubende, and it's the exact same environment. Grass thatched houses, children very excited, just excited about their upbringing. But what the stark difference I'm trying to put across is that one area is semi-arid, yeah, so you would assume that that justifies the level of quote-unquote poverty. The other area is very agriculturally
And welcome back from lunch. Oh, there's a lot of feedback. But it's really lovely to see you all, and thank you for coming to this session. It's quite a big room, but we're over to one side. So I wonder if colleagues to my right, your left, wanted to move over so we can see you all, and so that you can be part of the class. So a big welcome, everyone. I think that we are also ready, from the tech point of view, to have the two people online shared on the screen. I don't think anyone's listening. Beth, could you ask them? Okay. So, colleagues, we've had a lot of being spoken to this morning. And so we've learned a lot about the report, obviously, that was launched, and some of the background to the issues which was being covered. But what we really want to do now is to have a conversation this afternoon. We do have 5 panelists who are going to be part of that conversation, but we have stressed that it is a conversation, so we do want to involve you in that exercise. So that's one of the rules for this afternoon. I think you all know how to operate your headsets, but there might be part of the conversation that occurs in languages other than English, so do have a headset ready so that you can participate. So the title of this session was The Role of Citizen-Generated Data in Driving Accountability and Its Strengthening Education Policy and Practice. So it covers a lot of bases and possibly a lot of issues. And so we're going to see where the panelists take us in that discussion today. I'm very pleased to say that the 3 panelists that we have in person are, firstly, Senator Okinyeri, who is sitting to my left. We're very fortunate today to have Senator with us. I, by the way, am the Executive Director of a global network of parliamentarians called the International Parliamentary Network for Education. And we do what it says on the name of the network, is that we bring MPs together and we support them to take evidence-based action on education. And so in talking to Armando and the PAL network, I was keen to make sure that some MPs were part of today's conversation, because I know that Senator will talk about the gap between the data that's produced and the fact that politicians and parliamentarians often don't get access to it. And even if they do, sometimes they don't have the support to understand it, let alone act on it. So having the Senator here on this panel is terrific. She's from the Senate in Kenya, the upper house here. She is a member of a number of committees, which I'll come to later, and also has her own foundation. And believe it or not, the foundation which Senator founded is focused on closing the book gap for young children from vulnerable populations in Kenya. And the purpose of the foundation is to gift reading materials to underserved communities of children in Kenya. So she's very committed to the issue of foundational literacy and reading promotion. So it's great to welcome Senator here today. The other 2 panelists, I will start with Bela, and she has a lot of history in one of the topics that we're going to discuss today, which is securing the 4.1.1a indicator and then working out how it's monitored, the data is collected, and in fact defending it as an indicator. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Rona is also with us. She is with the FCDO, the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, where she's an education advisor and leads the UK's work on foundational learning. I'm also expecting on the screen for 2 additional people to join us. I think they can hear me anyway. We have the interim director of UIS with us, Sven, and we also have Manos from the Global Education Monitoring Report. So 2 UNESCO-supported organisations who are going to join and who I expect us to be able to see at some point, like we did in the earlier session. I'm just going to look over to the tech people now, and can I just confirm that both Sven and Manos can hear us? Okay. And I think we're going to start by asking Sven for some opening remarks, and I think he's got a slide deck as well. So I'm just wondering if we're going to be able to see that. and Sven. I'll give it one more minute and then we'll turn to the other panelists. And report that data, posing a risk to the indicator's viability. So can you share what the status of all of that is, including how many countries are reporting on it?
First of all, good afternoon, all of the dear colleagues. I'm sorry I should have been there with you, but because of unforeseen circumstances, unfortunately, that didn't work out. So yes, indeed, first of all, I want to acknowledge citizen-generated data and the critical role they play in making learning visible, especially for marginalized children. PAL Network and similar initiatives have demonstrated how household-based tools can complement school-based assessments. And the UNSC Copenhagen Framework endorsement validates the importance of citizens-generated data for SDG monitoring. So UIS fully supports this momentum and is working to ensure these tools can be integrated into global reporting through the vetting mechanism that I may come back to a little bit later. To answer your question, yes, indeed, we are having challenges with country reporting. As of the latest UIS update, only 47 countries report on this indicator, which is far fewer compared to other SDG 4 indicators. While UIS has expanded overall SDG 4 data coverage, adding over 800,000 new data points in 2025, reporting for 4.118 remains fragile. There are several technical and institutional challenges, for instance, lack of aligned assessments and capacity, and these remain barriers. So this is a big challenge for us.
Great, thank you for that. I mean, I think that gives us a bit of a sense of it. But maybe, Sven, can I ask you to say a little bit more then about what those challenges are? And I think particularly what UIS, but other stakeholders and actors are doing to support us to overcome those challenges.
We are currently involved in to make sure that we can improve these challenging situations. We support countries and we have developed, for instance, global standards and tools. We developed a global proficiency framework and minimum proficiency levels for reading and math to enable comparable data. We have developed eligibility criteria, defined psychometric and procedural standards, so that national and citizens-led assessments, for instance, EGRA and PAL, can be used for SDG 4.1.1 reporting. We also have a new vetting mechanism that I briefly referred to earlier, which will be piloted early next year, which will is piloting a process to evaluate against global standards for data quality and comparability. It's very, very important to mobilize all the partners supporting us. So we have continuous engagement with donors and partners to align resources and support assessment organizers. Finally, there are collaborative initiatives. We are working with the Global Coalition for Foundational Learning, which consists of UNESCO, UNICEF, World Bank, Gates, FCDO, to scale efforts and to assist countries. So this is a series of important initiatives, and we are scaling up, and we are trying utmost to make sure that we can help countries to report better on this very, very important indicator.
Okay, great. It's great to get that overview and update on what you're doing. So thank you for that. And I'm sure that we'll come back and have an opportunity to both do a deep dive on different aspects and interrogate some of that progress. But I want to now just turn to you, Bela. I know that you've been involved in that effort. So the first question I have of you is, so what's your response to what sort of Sven said in terms of where we're at and what the next steps are? But I then want to come back to you and sort of ask for your perspective at the country level, really, and say, okay, that's all happening, you got that update. What does this look like in Pakistan? You know, what's the process in Pakistan look like in terms of reporting on this indicator? But firstly, maybe just a general response, drawing on all of your experience and knowledge of this, and in response to what Sven had said.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations to the network for this report, which comes at a very strategic time. And I just wanted to take everyone back very quickly that in this big struggle, maybe we forget also, but in 2013, many members of the PAL network were the ones who actually lent themselves and their hard struggle to get SDG 4.1.1a or foundational learning into the architecture of the SDGs 2030 and SDG 4 in particular. So that goes up till 2015. And then we quickly started to work, because our work had begun really as a network since 2010, where we were, covering considerable spaces of our countries, but on FL. But in 2015, some of us wearing many hats, including me as a commissioner for the Education Commissioner, we were looking at ways of finding a global metric at that time to be able to measure all of this, and 4.1.1 in particular. But what really, and for me, what Sven is saying is so important and very progressive, because we went to UIS. After all, we had to go to UIS as a South-South network to see currently when we started, because it was a new indicator. For grade 5 and 8, things were reported even earlier, but for 2 and 3, it was never reported. So it had to be a tier 3 indicator. So that entire struggle of pushing it from a tier 3, which meant it was not comparable, it was not regular, it was not reported, and so on, to making it into tier 1, the technical role of UIS was absolutely incredible and very focused and very technical. So we're always grateful to the role that UIS played then. And we then therefore welcome Sven's remarks just now on how progressively they are looking at ways to be able to raise the currently downgraded indicator of SDG 4.1.1a from tier 2 back to tier 1. Now this report that has been launched today comes at a very opportune time, because the sampling for all the countries represented here has been done through the national statistical organizations. The NSOs in each country did draw up the national sample. So this data reports to the national sampling regimes. These are critical pieces. Why? And here is more information. And I'm not giving you an information load. That's the way the global pieces and the national pieces come together. So let me just finish the global piece first. So we were very pleased that the Copenhagen framework which started about 2 years ago by the UN Statistical Division, that there must be a collaborative for citizen data, recognizing the power of citizen data, whether it is in sanitation or whether it is in poverty or whether it is in climate change or whatever, and for education, that it must be recognized. And in 2025, the UN Statistical Commission's, I think it was the 56th session, in March 2025, the Copenhagen framework was endorsed. Now that meant further legitimization of citizen-led data. And because the work that we've done under the PAL network as a South-South movement on what is seen as nationally representative data, this report and its outcomes become very important, and how this is reported and contributes to the vision of UN Statistical Division, and of course UIS completely endorsing it. Thank you very much. But also, I come now to the country piece. The country piece is also very important. And the country piece, nothing is very neat and clean. Everything ends up being a bit complicated and a bit messy. So within the country, you have the internal challenges of how data is collected from different sources, even though organizations like us in my country have always gone from day one, both on the design of the tool so that it is acceptable, and more recently on the sampling frame as well. But when the countries are reporting, so there is a line ministry which is education, reporting their data, reporting or not reporting, and then there are what is called the SDG Secretariat, which may lie under the planning division. Now, these two bodies do not always meet together, and they forget sometimes to report this data or that data. Our challenge and our advocacy, and with parliamentarians and Madam Senator being here, is that there must be a way in harmony and unison to report what is being produced, very importantly, in the country for an indicator which is fundamental, which is highest stakes possible on foundational learning. Because we say, and we admit, and when we report our data, as you saw today, but even in our countries, that when we see the gap emerging in grades 2 and 3, it stays with you as a tragedy up till grade 10. So therefore, it becomes high stakes from that perspective. And because Swain has said it, others have said it since this morning, that what are we after as a South-South network? We are after the challenges of that last child, of challenges of equity, which are still big in our countries, of inclusion, which are big in the countries. As Sarah also said, who are we after? We want to make sure that those children get an opportunity. So within the country, I think the time has come, and I'm very happy that we've been able to bring our senior most people from the government, the Director General for the Pakistan Institute of Education, who report this data, understand the issue of assessment and data, as well as from the provincial government of Punjab, so that they begin to own the urgency of reporting their data. My request to UIS and other such bodies is to give that technical support, to be able to look at this data, to be able to actually, what should I say, refine this data further so that it reaches that level of reporting, distilled reporting, so that we have the numbers of countries up from 46 or 47 to many more. So this is what the People's Action for Learning Network is all about. We want, of course, not just the reporting of the data, so it becomes a valid indicator which it comes up to tier 1 criteria, but is also something that leads to urgent action for all children learning in their countries. People like us are working at multiple levels, from the trenches in our country to the national level in the Prime Minister's Secretariat where we are represented, or the Chief Minister's Secretariat where we are represented, or globally where we are represented, to make sure that this conversation doesn't just ebb down and get diluted, but we want to be able to make sure that it reaches post-2030 into the future of education as a landmark that was achieved, and then we can go further to our next challenges. We are also happy to embrace new challenges for learning, for life skills and livelihoods, because we believe that we are committed to issues of inclusion, equity, and lifelong learning.
Great. I heartily endorse the applause, because that was a very clear overview of where we've got to and how we got here, but also the pathway forward, right? Which is great. And in a way, we want to kind of look at some of the elements of that pathway in the remainder of the session. Layla, before I turn to Rona, I want to ask you, though, just to give us a sense of learning outcomes in Pakistan. So how are you doing on this question? You say you've got the data, it's being reported. Where are you at?
So I think so we recently did a trajectory from 2010 to 2023. From every alternate years, we have the nationwide. Right now, we're collecting data for the entire country, which means every district. And what is important is that our data now is part of what is the government's district education performing index of the country, which has 5 dimensions of education, including quality and equity, where the ASER data is reported. So one is, of course, this is patient capital, I always say. This is not something that's done in a hurry. So we waited and we bid our time. The government now uses this data as part of their benchmarking data on foundational learning. But what is interesting is when we look at the trajectory of learning over the years, we have one province which has clearly moved from 14% to 22% in reading and numeracy. This is not small, and it's the largest populous province, which is Punjab. There are other provinces which are making some headway. There were COVID dips, and they have been improved since then. But what is even more exciting is the government ownership of the foundational learning, not in terms of just having 5 foundational learning policies, but everything that is happening over the past 1.5 years is all about accelerated learning for FL. Now, that's where ownership really comes, and we hope at the end of the day, we all recognize as the People's Action for Learning Network members that our efforts are about advocacy, of showcasing, of being able to show the pathway and making everything that we do as open source and public goods. But the big piece always comes when the government owns it and is willing to run with it. And so we are hoping to see actually a lot of progress. And Dr. Shahid Saroya, who's here from PI, who's also represented in the Education Data and Statistics Commission now, earlier the TCG, is also coming up with what will be called a national metric for foundational learning. Now that's a big win for us. We want to be out of this job to do other things when the government decides to have its own foundational learning metric, and everybody follows that. That's where we want our parliamentarians and decision makers to push us, and we will say this is a battle won. Not battle half won, but battle truly won, so that we can move forward.
Okay, great. I'm glad I asked, because that built out that story and gave us even more detail about, the future direction in Pakistan in particular. Okay, I want to turn to you, Rona, and I want to kind of, in a way, go back to basics so that we understand, the interests in this discussion. And as a donor in the education space, a development partner, foundational learning is very important to the UK. You've made that a priority for some time now. And actually, I just wanted to ask you to explain to us why. Because it's definitely not a universal priority amongst the donor community. It was you and really USAID until it was kind of closed that were pioneering this agenda from the donor front. Why is it important to you?
Thanks, Joseph. And it's really wonderful to be here today, and congratulations to all of those that have worked so hard to get to this point. So wanted to share that. Foundational learning matters. And I think, as we heard from Sarah Ruto this morning, the needle has only shifted a small amount, so it still matters for us at the FCDO. It will remain a priority for those of us working on education. And that's for 2 reasons. The first is that children deserve to be learning. If they are going to be in these dusty classrooms for years at a time, the very minimum that they deserve to come out with is learning the basics, so they can get the promise of education. And families deserve it too. We know they sacrifice so much, even in the most devastating of circumstances. It's not a nice to have, it's not a luxury. Families see it as a necessity, and they are investing in that, and they deserve a return for that investment. However, we know that just going to school is not a given, that children will come out with those very basics in learning, and often that's going unnoticed. So I think the work that the PAL network are doing to really raise that awareness from the community level amongst families, so that they can really understand and call for the quality of education that they and their children deserve, is really important. And the second reason is it's just the smartest investment. We see across the board from so much recent evidence that no matter what the problem is, the conclusion is often to invest in foundational learning. So whether that's girls' health and empowerment or resilience to shocks, how do you solve those problems? It's with foundational learning for all. So different problems, same solution. Now there's so much focus on growth. We see it for ourselves in the UK government, but also at the Adea Triennale. I heard it from so many national governments across Africa. They care about growth, they care about skills. If you want to improve the skills of your workforce tomorrow, the answer is simple. You invest in foundational learning today. We've seen the longitudinal research coming out of Pakistan that shows very clearly how investing in foundational learning gives a return to earnings of, I think it's something like 100,000%, which is too big a number for really me to make sense of. But the way that I understand it is it's not only the best investment in education, it's the best investment. So it's the Apple, it's the Netflix. If you want to invest in something really smart, it's foundational learning. And we don't have to be looking backwards and guessing, we know. So it's something that we can be proactive about, we can be focusing on. And again, there's so much more evidence now about how to do that and how to do it cost effectively, how to do that at scale, even in low and middle income countries. And again, the work that the PAL network are doing on My Village is such an exciting initiative to show how even with very low resource, you can see those changes in learning. So it is about investment, but it's about that will. And where that will is there, we see huge change.
Great. I think that having made a very compelling case for foundational learning, I just want to then build on that and ask you, so why then is data about learning levels important? What role does that play in helping us operationalize that case for investment which you just articulated?
So I think the learning data is essential for being able to prioritize foundational learning effectively. You have to know where you are, to know where you need to go, to know the problem, to find the solution. And we see that across the board, whether that's at national government level, looking for evidence-based policies to improve learning, or whether it's for the teacher in the classroom needing to know what to do, that learning data is critical. We've seen that the countries and states that are making the best progress on learning, they have that data, they collect it regularly, they trust it, they use it, that's how they're making progress. And similarly, school systems that I think have 90% of their children learning have time-bound, clear goals on early grade reading. And I know myself as an early grade teacher for many years how you use assessment tools and how powerful they can be regularly to make sure that all the children in your class, no matter their background, no matter their achievement levels, can be making that progress. So at FCDO, we're really prioritizing this. We have our flagship program on data for foundational learning, which has supported this effort with the PAL network, but we are also supporting the multilaterals leading the mandate on this, so our colleagues on the screen at UNESCO. And very excitingly, we're getting behind national governments' efforts on learning assessments. So, for example, here in Kenya, We have NEC have established their Education Assessment Resource Centre. They are being approached by many countries to see how they can learn from Kenya and the work on their assessment. So we are very glad to be getting behind that and putting a little bit of technical support to provide that regional leadership on learning assessment. And then another example is in Ghana, where again the national government is showing real leadership on wanting to use their own national assessment to report on SDG 4. And they've completed that process, and so now it is with UAS. So that, again, if they achieve that, that will set a very exciting precedent for other countries to use their national learning assessment data for themselves, but also to report on SDG 4. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we've talked a lot about the data collection and the efforts that have gone on both at the community level and at the national level, but also to have that data verified, including by UAS, so that it's valid and recognised as an indicator. But of course, none of this is much use if it's not understood, published, disseminated, understood and used, right? We have to do things with it, and Bela was talking about that. And that's now I want to bring in Senator Okanyeri, because one of the audiences for this information, for this data, for these insights is of course political decision makers. And I just wanted to ask the Senator right off from the start is, you've heard today about the fact that kids can be in school and they're not learning, and that's the data that we're trying to collect and to disseminate. But I wondered if you could say something about the degree to which you think your parliamentary peers understand that that is the case and that this is a problem. Oh, and might need another mic.
Yes. Thank you so much. First, I would wish to commend the team that went to putting together the report. I had a quick interaction with the report the moment I came in this morning. And I wish to say the tool that has been used here is a very important tool, and the information we are getting is very critical even in the decisions we make as parliament. First, in this country, education is in two levels. We have a devolved government where the early childhood education is dealt with by the county government, and we have the other section which remains at the national government. Now, at the legislation level, awareness is growing, yes, but still members of parliament, I don't think might appreciate what we are seeing, that children can actually go to school and end up not learning. And that is eminent because you can see that show in once they're in higher learning institutions. And in this country, yes, we have goodwill because now we have the 100% transition policy, and we have the right to basic education. But you know that's not enough, because look at the 100% transition policy. The target was ensuring we have many of the learners transit to the next level. With that policy, we had so many learners joining in, and this means even the teachers, there's little attention that is given to what the learners are doing. And that's how we end up with having children or learners who are actually finishing school. It's more of a conveyor belt, you know, other than churning out students or pupils who are able to make decisions and comprehend matters easily. The government has equally tried to get more teachers, especially the junior secondary teachers, in a bid to cure that challenge. But you know, I say Kenya and other African countries still suffer the challenge of competing interests because of the background we've had when you look at our past and some of the challenges we are grappling with. That means even when it comes to parliament, whereas we want to give priority to budgeting more towards the education sector, there are so many other competing interests which hinder the same. And I feel when I actually walked in, I could spot very few of my colleagues, and that clearly shows you that we are yet to appreciate the essence of citizen-generated data in the education sector, because that's very critical. It's collected from households, parents, teachers, pupils themselves, which makes it easier to sort out the challenges we are talking about. So my appeal would be, while we are giving like the report we have given out today, this needs to trickle down to both houses in Kenya, the Senate and the National Assembly, so that such kind of data informs our debates in Parliament, the questions and statements we are raising, and the motions we are bringing in Parliament, so that the resolutions we are making can be implemented by the line ministry. So that's a challenge on our part, because like I said, even when I walked in here, I could only spot very few of my colleagues, and that shows the bigger picture. Reason is, you know, I normally say democracy has its unintended consequences. When someone is elected to Parliament as a member of the National Assembly or senator, not necessarily do they have passion in the education sector, or are they merited in that area. They were elected for different reasons. So the moment you come to Parliament, you are now coming to deal with real life issues. The data we have actually interacted with this morning. So I feel that's an area we need to have more awareness and have more legislators participate, because you need political goodwill, and you also need to have legislators who have information, so that you are able to make decisions or give legislative proposals which align with the data that we currently have. And also, just to mention, in Parliament we have different committees. We have the Education Committee. Unfortunately, in our country, those parliamentary committees are not constituted according to where you're well versed in. The committees are constituted through political parties. So had we had members who are forming the Education Committee or any other relevant committee with similar qualifications or interests, it would have been very easy to get buy-in from the legislators, because that means the whole Education Committee will buy in whatever we are raising here, because they understand. So that's a lapse which I feel maybe will take time, because like I said, for me, I have a general interest in education matters because I'm a product of the same. And that's what has equally, the data that we have very few learners who are getting reading material, even with the capitation that is meant to address that. On my own volition, I normally donate books to needy schools in a bid to enhance, and improve the culture of reading, so that we have learners who can comprehend issues, articulate themselves well. So that's why I really felt this forum is very instrumental for me to share with my colleagues also on why we need to actively pick this and publicize this report that was shared by this forum, because that will be a wake-up call. Because then you might end up realizing you are addressing challenges which are not critical in the education sector at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, from my point of view, running a global parliamentary network where we're trying to support MPs to both understand the issue and take action on it was the A+ answer, right? The Senator really set out very clearly why parliamentarians need to understand the topic and the role that they play in generating budget, legislation and policy on these issues. I just wanted to ask the Senator a follow-up question. So if we're thinking about securing political goodwill, as she said, on a topic, getting action on it, I wondered if you had an example from your experience. It doesn't have to be in the education space, which was a very successful example of the community bringing a problem to the Senate or to the Parliament, and the Senate really understanding it and then being able to take action on it.
Most of the time, people sometimes tend to take action when something has become either a disaster and now there is fear. People who have fear easily come together. I know most of you, when HIV and AIDS came to Africa and Kenya, that people really died in large numbers because first of stigma, and people never really understood what was, why they need to come out and seek support. quickly this was declared a national disaster, and we have the HIV and AIDS Prevention and Control Act of 2006, which has now, which was enacted by Parliament. You see, in that manner, Parliament quickly came together to pass this law, so that you also give avenues for members of the public to now seek support, social support, health support, and so many other aspects. But now we don't need to, matters such as education, we don't need to act like when we had HIV, because it's so critical for the young children whom we are bringing up to have a good foundation for their academic life, because if you don't put a lot of emphasis to that, you can see the kind of graduates we are having out here, because for them it was more of learning to complete a process, but very few issues that they are grasping. So that's an example I would give, and maybe that's how we need to handle the issue of foundational learning, because I think people are yet to appreciate why this is very critical. Everyone is busy trying to make money, but we are forgetting what is very critical at this moment.
Great. I think that's a very interesting and timely and really persuasive example. I think one of the challenges which we face in education, and certainly in respect to foundational learning, is it's a largely hidden problem. It's not really understood. People assume that action's being taken in school if kids are there, and often it's not. And of course, that was the genesis of the citizens-led assessment movement, which was to bring more awareness to this. But I think we haven't quite reached the awareness levels, obviously, that HIV and that emergency secured. So I think there's lots of lessons in that for us, which you've given us. So I think we can think about that. I just want to turn to Manos now. Manos, can you hear us? Just indicate if you can hear me. We can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me?
We can now. So Manos, you're from the Global Education Monitoring Report. I wanted you really to respond to all of this conversation from that vantage point, but also I think it would be really helpful, because we've got two UNESCO agencies on the screen, UIS and the Global Education Monitoring Report, and just to give us a bit of a sense of the different roles and responsibilities of the two institutions, so that we're clear in our mind about those, and then maybe if you could move from that just to responding to the conversation before us with your mandate in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. And given that you're asking a very specific question about UNESCO, just to say that the Global Education Monitoring Report is hosted by UNESCO, is not supported by UNESCO, because it is an editorially independent team. So that I think is quite an important clarification to make. But it's true, as you said, the general reports and UIS share the responsibility for monitoring SDG 4, in the sense that UIS is responsible for data production and generation, and the general report is responsible for its analysis and reporting. And we've had a very good collaboration over the last 10 years, since the 2015 introduction of the SDGs. It was a very interesting conversation, but allow me also to congratulate the PAL network team, its constituent organizations, and those who have supported them over the years. And I think I heard Bella mentioning earlier, giving a praise to UIS for the support it has provided, but I think it's also important to return that compliment, in the sense that the PAL network has been collectively very engaged, very conscientious, and keen to make sure that its tools can speak the language of the SDGs, which is a major breakthrough if we consider that in 2015 we did not have a common language. And the fact that the members of the PAL network have gone out of their way to ensure that its results are compatible with international standards is really extremely important and needs to be recognized. So a big congratulations on this milestone today. I can say, of course, I was asked to say a few things about how the General Report might be using these results. The General Report has been using PAL network results for many years. Just to mention one of the most recent examples,
our third edition of the Spotlight report series on foundational learning in Africa used PAL network data with particular emphasis on longitudinal dimensions. We use, for example, the weather data, which show that it does seem to be the case that in that country learning outcomes have declined over a long period of time now since 2015, unlike, for example, the positive case of Punjab that we heard earlier. But that Punjab example is also very interesting because it reminds us that even in a part of the world where there's a lot of emphasis, a lot of work on improving learning conditions, still over a period of 12 years, the average progress was 0.7 percentage points per year. And I think it's very important to be aware of how fast we can move and not to rush into making commitments that we may not be able to meet. But even in a part of the country that is progressing, if we ask parts of the country that are not improving at the same rate, you can see, of course, how difficult it is for countries to move fast on those metrics. Another example of how we use the PAL network data was indirect. We featured an analysis by Martin Gustafsson of an estimate of learning outcomes levels across the continent at the end of primary, not early grades, which also featured the results from the Tanzania weather results over the last few years. So we're going to definitely make sure that we publish ICAN-ICAR results in the upcoming editions of the global report and, of course, the Spotlight report. Now, the first thing, I think, another question that Armando mentioned to me in advance, that was keen for me to say, was about the data gaps. Of course, Spain spoke already. At the end of the day, it is the responsibility of the UIS to collaborate with countries and make sure that citizen-level data are used. And it is true that the framework, Copenhagen framework, is a breakthrough in that sense. In what sense? Maybe I should actually clarify that. The way at least I understand it, it brings together citizen organizations, civil society organizations, with national statistical offices. And that's the core. The SDGs put the countries at the lead. Countries need to decide what they're going to do with the data that they have available from any different source. And in that sense, we see a variety of cases. We see, of course, the case of Pakistan, which is maybe best case scenario in the sense that the country seems to have endorsed the approach for measuring foundation learning outcomes and is using it also for national purposes. It is yet to report it at the global level. That is perhaps one of the obstacles that are being faced. How organizations, how parliamentarians at the end of the day may exert some pressure on countries that do not already report on indicator 4.1.1a to use citizen-led assessment data. That would be very interesting. But let's not forget, and I think that's also very important, what is the purpose of a network, a citizen-led network like a network? It is not really to replace governments in the generation of data. Good quality data are an alarm of any government in the world, and that's, of course, a fundamental contribution that the PAL network has made over the last, I would say, 20 years if we go back to the first experiment in that sense. But at the end of the day, the main objective of citizen action is to make governments and do what governments should do. And governments, I think Rona mentioned that earlier, need to have strong national assessment systems whose results are used to improve the education system, the curriculum, the textbooks, the pedagogy where necessary, and have the capacity not only to generate, but to analyze and use. And I think that's an area where the PAL network with ICAN and ICAR and should continue advocating for. Maybe closing as another remark, sometimes we do have some leeway to use citizen-led data for also official reporting, and I think in many ways the nationally representative household survey data that the PAL network collects now is can also be a source of information for school attendance. As you know, the GEM report and the UIS have been collaborating in the use of the data integration of multiple sources on not only administrative data, but also survey data. And we have developed a model that is cutting edge to develop long-term trends for countries. Of course, using survey data from the panel would be an additional input to these estimates, at least in countries where we don't seem to have enough information. But again, it's not estimates that replace official estimates for countries, unless the country has not reported for the last 5 years, but it is an estimate that inform, for sure, our regional and global averages. And that's another contribution, of course, another use that we can think of network data and then ICAN.
Thank you, Manos. That's extremely helpful. So I promised that I would engage the audience. Time is short, but so I want to throw to the audience shortly. So I don't know who in the room has a mic, because you'll need the mic to ask a question. Does someone have a mic? We'll get it to you. But as you're thinking about your questions and comments in response to what the panelists said, I want to ask you all for a bit of a self-assessment, right? Some of you who might have been at ADEA might have seen me use this exercise, but who of you has heard about the fist of five, yeah? So you've got 5 fingers on a hand, and 5 is a very good number, right? So that's the best that you could possibly be doing, right? And this is in assessment terms. So if you put your hand up and you give yourself or your organization a 5 in response to the question I'm about to ask you, that means you're doing really well. How bad can it get in terms of an assessment? You could give yourself a 0, right? By closing all of your fingers, yeah? So what I want everyone to do is assess, from their perspective, how successful we've been in using the citizen-led assessment data to generate action on learning, right? We've heard a lot about the quality of the data, the collection, getting better at that. I mean, Bela gave a practical example of how it's helped move the needle. But from your perspective, and it could be at the country level or globally, how you think we've done. So you have to put up your hand and give an assessment. Go ahead. Amanda gave himself a 5 there, but he's now revising it down. So we've got 3s and 4s, maybe some 2s, but mostly actually 3s and 4s. So pretty strong, okay? Yeah? So pretty strong. But I think that, yeah, that's where the reflection is. And if we had a bit more time, we could maybe ask you all to say, how do you get to 5, right? Maybe that's a question which we can ask ourselves. What more do we need to do to make sure that the data that we're collecting is actionable and that we're taking action on it? I definitely think improving the dissemination from my perspective, parliamentarians and political decision makers, so that we strengthen the salience of this issue is really important. So that's a question. Okay, so with that done and that interaction out of the way, who wants to ask the first question or make the first comment in response to the panel? And I will be coming back to the panel for final comments as well. So maybe you can prepare those in your mind. Any questions, comments? Yes, please. The microphone's coming to you.
Thank you. My question to Honorable Senator, how do you balance the trade-off between when you get a data like this, that your public face in a view that, or your government's performance, that need to show that you are doing really well, versus when the data shows that you are not doing well. So to be true to what needs to be done, so how you balance between, to show that this is the real data versus not appearing that you are not doing enough, the government is not doing enough. So how we, challenge, this has been a major issue for us in advocacy to the politicians. And my the quick question to the UNESCO would be, is only 5 more years to 2030, And we came all this way. It took 10 years for us to even come to a point where we can think about what data we assess, and still have all the country haven't even agreed on, they want to see the assessment or not. So how do you think these data like this can actually push the government to come up with or agree on something to report in the global level? Thank you.
Thank you for that concern. Data, you cannot, when you give data, you don't give data to please a specific side, because that's the reality. Because you've gone to the ground, it's citizen-generated data. There's nothing you can, sugarcoat to paint a picture. That's not the situation on the ground. And like we said, it's good to have another eye that is looking at this issue so that it's not just one side. Then we can have a conversation that this is what your data shows and this is where we are. What do we need then to do to pull up our socks? And the role of Parliament, by the way, is not to defend the executive. The role of Parliament is to speak on behalf of the people and other stakeholders who we are representing. So if you're bringing suggestions which make sense really, there has to be a point of convergence. And Parliament has an oversight role. Part of what we do is to check what the line ministry is doing, its loopholes, and then from the National Assembly side, maybe give priority to funding the education sector and any other programs which will make us as a country move forward in that sector. So that, I think for a long time, people feel like, when you're on this side, you have to defend one side of the divide. There are issues which cut across and really make necessary sense. So I don't think you need to doctor your data to please someone or to get headways in what you're pushing for, because we all agree we have our shortfalls. You don't do things to perfection because of the different challenges I've given you. So I think if the Parliament plays its role as it's meant to be, we surely should be somewhere. The parliamentary committees on education need to also play their oversight role by visiting these institutions and verify if what the executive is giving is indeed what we have on the ground. And when we have such kind of impromptu visits, action is actually prompted. So there are issues which the ministry would never have undertaken, but because of that oversight, these issues are brought to the attention of the executive, and that is addressed. So I would really encourage that you should never shy away from painting the picture as it is, because those are the matters that bring discussions on the table. Thank you.
And I would just issue a warning with the Senator's answer, because not every politician that you speak to is going to have quite a mature approach. So the Senator is actually from the government party here in Kenya. The Honourable Speaker who spoke this morning isn't, but you can see there a very constructive approach on both sides. But we know from experience that, sometimes bad news isn't greeted quite so warmly as the Senator said, but this is the mature approach, and it's absolutely right. And I love what the Senator said, which is that the Parliament's role is not to defend the executive, it's to hold the executive to account. And all I would say to everyone in the room is we need to do more of that work in respect of learning. That's our raison d'etre as IPNED, and that's what we want to do more of.
To add in a minute, foundational learning, being a member of Parliament does not detach you from reality. Members of Parliament have children, they have relatives, they have their own constituents who are suffering the same fate. So if you remain silent, the community will sink. So this is a very good conversation, and that's why I said there needs to be awareness so that most of the legislators come on board and understand this is a conversation which is very crucial for them, because we do not want to rule over people who are, cannot comprehend on matters, Thank you.
Thank you. Manos, I think the second part of that question was directed to you.
Very briefly, I think just to complement, of course, one piece of information will not be enough for all the action that we need to take. This information over time, sustained, and of course meeting quality criteria in order to be able to inform policy direction. I would agree with the Senator. I think it's very important to be very sensitive in how we react to such information. Because there is a tendency, and I think I suggested that earlier in my response, that we tend to put unrealistic expectations on how fast things can improve. Just to say a very important initiative that the OIS and the German Report has had in the last few years, partly to counter this tendency to set a common target for all countries, which is of course unrealistic and unfair. We invited countries to set national targets, what we call SDG4 benchmarks, for selected indicators, including 411A. And what we observed was that countries struggled most to set targets for that indicator, because they're still not familiar. Now, I would say, so in my response to the question from, I think, Pakistan, is things take time. It might have taken 10 years. Actually, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a very long time. It just needs perseverance, commitment, clear goal. We are optimistic. I think there are two ways of seeing the situation in 2015. One is to see the glass half empty, still only 47 countries reporting, etc. But I'm more keen to see it half full. We're in a much better situation now than in 2015. And countries are actually keen. They're not hiding. They're not trying to avoid this test of an assessment. It takes time, but I think with the support of organizations like the Nepal Network, we will be in a much better place already by 2030, and I think we're on the right track.
Thanks, Manos. Are there any other comments or questions from the floor? One of the things that this session promised was to also have a little look at the data gaps that exist, particularly with a view to populations and groups for whom we don't know enough about. And I know that there's work that's going on reaching crisis-affected populations. But Bela, you talked, I think, earlier about marginalised groups as well. So if anyone wants to pick that up in closing remarks or in the conversation. But we do have one question at the back. I don't know who has the mic. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Gunjan. I'm from Nepal. So as we recently completed ICAN-ICAR, I would like to thank everyone who are part of this. And we are also running a program from from PAL Network, that is My Village initiative in Nepal. From this data, obviously this is a random sampling, so we cannot cover all the villages. But what we found after this survey, while we went to one village for My Village program, the entire village, children from all the children in that village, they are not going to school still. The school is 10 minutes at a walking distance, but none of the children, they go to school. So I want to ask questions like, how can we advocate for such kind of issue? As our report shows, like more than 90% of children, they are going to school. But we found that there are many villages where children even don't go to school. Bela ma'am recently visited that village as well. So none of the children still goes to school as the school is 10. So how can we report this to our national government and also what is the strategy that can be taken by the civil societies as well? Thank you.
Great. Well, I'm Bela, give a microphone and you can answer that. Rona, others, I would love to have that. And thank you for asking that too, because although the vast majority of the data suggests that kids are in school but not learning, there's still large populations, growing in fact, of kids who are out of school. Sometimes they have access to education, like the children you're referring to, and in others they don't. And this is an important thing to bear in mind.
So education is getting more complex and multi-sectoral because it's a polycrisis. We know we cannot speak about an education crisis anymore because so many other aspects, including climate change and whatever we go through. One of the things that in the political economy of education and the work we are doing on political constituencies and doing an USSR type of work in there is we see a huge gap, and this is also to Madam Senator, huge gap between what's happening inside households and perhaps the most vulnerable ones, and of course the reality of schools, which might be better actually, but then a huge gap within the community. We have no learning spaces in the community whatsoever. We'll have many other negotiations taking place, but no negotiation on education. I am so impressed by the initiative on the books. I saw the other day a child in a farmer's market. She had a bookstall, and I said, how much is that stall for? Just 4 days ago. And she said, there's no price. We've just collected books and want people to take them because we think there has to be something. Now, we need multiple spaces like that. And in the work that we've been doing on ASER, we've also had politicians do a whole campaign on politicians knocking at the door to find out not just who's in school, but who's learning. How do we populate community spaces to be able to address what Gunjan is saying, what we are looking at, displaced communities, and they're getting more and more in a country like Pakistan, the rural to urban migrations, unsettled settlements, etc., where children are just languishing, or even Uganda and so on. This aspects of politicians rising to the occasion, asking the policy makers, the bureaucrats, don't think in terms of just those school buildings, but many more spaces to address this. And I think this is the job for our network as a people's movement to be able to see how else, where are those multiple spaces going to be for foundational learning. I think that's something that as a network we are obligated to do. And that's something that organizations like UIS, you know, and work of the GEM report, we have to see other trends coming up. And those trends have to be supported across sectors. And we need to see the clusters of health, of infrastructure with education. This cannot be a single sectoral effort. That's the only way for us to bring resources. That's the only way for us to be able to think together that it is not actually, even for the little kids, it's not about just education and foundation learning, it's about life skills. It's about being able to cope, but do much better than cope. And that means that as they say, the story of Ubuntu, or it takes a village to raise a child, or a child to learn. That's the kind of work that we are after. This is the movement that we are all about. Our movement began with the idea of assessments, but it was always for action. And, you know, really would love to see the politicians think about those multiple spaces. School is not sufficient.
Rona, I don't know if you want to come in on the out-of-school children issue, but I'm going to give you a little vignette from Nairobi, in fact. You know, Nairobi as a city had a series of public libraries that had been built many years ago and had largely gone into disrepair, and they weren't very attractive places. But it was actually citizen action which has renewed them here in Nairobi. There's an organisation called Book Bunk, which has gone out of its way to restore and refurbish the public library system here in Nairobi with private financing to make new learning centres and invite people in and really make them sites of reading, which I think is a very exciting initiative. And some of the buildings were incredibly historic and beautiful in their own right, and they've gone in and renovated and reinvigorated those buildings. So they're now these third spaces where people can gather for various purposes, but no less, of course, than reading, which I think is really inspiring, where people have come together to take that sort of action as well.
And we have the learning festivals there.
Right. Rona, do you want to quickly come in? We're now really running against the time, but I do want to bring all of the panel in before we close.
Are these my final remarks?
No, I just wanted to know if you, from a UK partner point of view, had anything to say about out-of-school children.
Fantastic. Well, it's a brilliant question, and it's a huge asset of the PAL network data. So I think it's something about really making that clear and championing that household data is about all children, and that is a real selling point. So that's a really important message, I think. For FCDO, obviously, we are still very much caring about out-of-school children as well as learning, but I'd like to come back to, again, I think it was your call, Sarah, to all of us to keep a focus on the child, and rather than on what every individual or group is doing on education. I think everybody here cares passionately about education, But I do see a risk that in education we look within rather than keeping our heads up and out. And as a sector, we need to be making the case, working together, using the data where it exists, and building on, if it's national governments using the citizen-led, if it's citizen-led calling for national governments to use that data and keep making the case for education. So I think that's something that would help both of those things. Thanks.
Okay, great. Those sound almost like closing remarks, so I'm not sure if we'll have time to come back to you, but yes, absolutely. Sven, it's been a while since we heard from you. I'm conscious of that, but I would really be interested, and we're now asking each of the panelists to help us wrap up, but from your perspective, what you made of all of this and what the next steps are, and your advice as well for the community that are listening to this today.
Thank you very much. It's been very inspirational to follow and to listen to all the important contributions here. I think UIS and UNESCO in general, we are very much aware of our responsibility to make sure that we can provide the kind of assistance and facilitate further progress towards 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. We have only 45 years left, but there is some good indication, I would like to say, that shows that we are on the right track. But there is a lot to be done, and I think our role is to make sure that we can help, first of all, governments and member states to not only realize the importance of providing more data on learning, but to make sure that it's going to be used for the improvement of education systems and to make sure that we can make more progress. Learning is what it's all about, basically. If not, education doesn't have a lot to contribute. And I think it's encouraging to hear from Baila on good progress in Pakistan, but also what Rona said, I think we need to remind all partners that learning is indeed about growth in the broader sense, not only about economic growth, but growth for comprehensive sustainable development of our societies and peaceful development. And the role of PAL Network is so important, and I just want to repeat that, in making sure that out-of-school youth, children and youth that was mentioned, and all the information and learning that takes part outside the formal education system is also taken on board. And finally, the important role that citizens-collected groups play in convincing and making sure that governments will continue to invest more and understand the critical importance of education and indeed learning. Thanks a lot.
Terrific, thank you very much. Okay, we'll follow the route that we took from the beginning. So, Vela, back to you just for some closing remarks. I'm going to ask everyone to be very brief because we're right on time. No, you'll need to use it so that...
Okay, so I think two things. One is time is running out. Swain is very right. And we need to therefore work together as a collective to be able to report better and get over this hump that we have and know that we have each year in the cycle of things, in the complex architecture of SDG 4 reporting, that we have March coming up with the UNSC. How can we take this particular report and its data to be well reported there? And we have a mention of this data in the UNSC 57th session or 57th session in March. But I think I love what Sarah said, and earlier also, that we have to remember that we began with this whole mantra of I can, I will, and I did, and of course with larger and enlarged responsibilities to make sure that all children are learning everywhere. It doesn't mean just the village, the school, but to have more community spaces where reading becomes really a popular movement. And those are the kind of things that we should all be doing, and we will be doing those. So our work has become complex because life has become complex globally, both in the North and South. But in the South in particular, we know that our work is going to be crafted with more intelligence and with more collaborations going forward.
Great, thank you. I love the reading movement idea, because often when we're trying to communicate this challenge to legislators and to decision makers, we come at it from a very rigorous and robust perspective. We talk about foundational learning, but we've often lost the audience even at that point, because that doesn't have a popular understanding, right? So the idea of being able to count and to read with understanding is really important. And I often think that that has to be the entry point, which is, you know, are we reading? Are our children able to read with understanding? Because we all know that's such a significant thing, and none of us would be here if we couldn't do that. And that is something, I think, from a communications point of view, that we can become better at. Yeah. Rona.
So I think this is an exciting moment. We're hearing that there is demand from citizens, from national governments, to use their data to report. And this is so important because it means it will be use-led and not just collected for the sake of it. And then we're hearing from Sven at UAS that they are creating these pathways in order to make that happen. So, as Bela said, we have such few years left. Let's make that as inclusive and simple as possible, so that as education as a sector in a very short few years, we have something to really celebrate in terms of how far we've come and what we can say about learning, and making sure that education stays on the map going forward as a priority from national, international, and at the community level. And I couldn't agree with you more, Joseph, that we've done a lot of the technical hard work. Let's make it political. It needs to be in the right hands. People need to understand what they can do with it and take action. Thank you.
Perfect.
I do want to say Africa has a huge movement. I mean, I've been watching Africa since 2024, the 10-year plan, all of that. All of us feel so envious of the way Africa is moving forward. There's much to learn across continents as well. So hats off to the parliamentarians for taking that forward. But we know that those are not empty slogans. They will lead to action.
Right. Perfect segue to Senator Okanyeri.
I actually really appreciate, I have no regret spending my morning and afternoon in this forum. I just wish to say, if Parliament does what I mentioned, proper oversight from the Ministry of Education and other relevant agencies, not just for activities, but for results, and then Parliament prioritizes funding for the foundational learning, it will be very easy to shift the conversation from schooling for all to learning for all. That's what I would say.
Beautiful. Yeah, we couldn't have said that better ourselves. That's what it's all about. Fantastic. And I would love to do a deep dive on financing for learning as well at some point, right? We've alluded to it, but and we've talked about, you know, education financing, but financing for learning, I think, is something which we need to be better at giving advice on and being able to make recommendations about. Manos, you're the last panelist, so the responsibility is for you to both sort of sum up, synthesize, and affirm this way forward. Over to you.
Well, the day today is not for the panelists, it's for the PAN network and its success in pulling this out, and also for all the people who helped. If you think about it, only these thousands of people helped make this happen. So big congratulations. From our side, we support, of course, all these moves, not just to collect the data, but to use them for the right purposes. And you know, we have a campaign, Born to Learn. We believe every child is born to learn. That has been driving our Spotlight series. From our side, on the global level, I really hope that we will be able, in our series of global reports that are starting March next year, the countdown to 2030 series. In the second one, we will be looking at progress towards equality and learning. And we really hope we might be able to use some of the PAN network data to demonstrate countries that make modest but well above average improvements, and try to explain and try to help countries, governments, parliaments understand what is at stake, how they might be able to go forward to improve, to make that promise for all children come true. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Manos. I'm sure that the network will welcome that very much. So, colleagues, I won't say more because the panel have given you their final remarks and done a great job in both setting out what we've discussed, but also setting forth in each of their own ways very clear pathways to both accelerate progress and build on the excellent work that the PAL network has achieved via this report and all of the data collection that it's done. Just if the two panelists online could stay there for a second, I'm going to ask the panel to stand up and we'll get a photo of everyone with you on the screen. But I think we're moving to a break now, is that right? Yeah, so we're going to have a coffee break now, and then people are expected to be back in this room in how many minutes? In 5 to 10 minutes, really. So if you are breaking, be brief. Is that right, Amanda? Okay, okay. A 10-minute break. 15 minutes, so we can open up the room. Okay, great. It went from 5 to 15, so be grateful.
So I welcome you to your seats. So Dipto, can you come alongside everyone else who is outside? Thank you. The room is a little bit empty. Could we fill it up so we finish in style? Clinton, could you please ask the guests who are outside to come in? David? So as the guys come in, I'd like David, please put up. Yes, put up our video. And Utibe, Rajib, and Joseph, if you could come to the front, please. Rajib, Utibe, and Joseph. So, please let's stand up. Let's stand up. Yes. Let's stand up, please. We have been sitting for so long today, so let's stand up. If by any chance the audio does not work, just follow screen. Okay? So we are going to do the chicken dance. You don't need to listen or hear anything. You just need to follow what's happening on the screen. So make sure you're able to see a screen. And off we start. And let's have fun as we do it. Awesome, awesome. Thank you, and I hope you had fun. And Rajib, Timalsina, you're welcome on stage. Utibe, and Sho, you're welcome on stage. And Joseph, you're welcome on stage. Yes. So we've come to the close. We are coming to, we haven't, for this session. We are going to have more dance shortly. Utibe, please. And Joseph, Shem, could you please? Shem, if you could please ask Joseph to come in. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. No, yes. So we just came from 3 sessions, which I happened to peep through each of them. Very engaging conversations in there. And what we'd like to do is get our moderators. I am only giving them 5 minutes each to give us highlights from each session. Of course, we did not manage to get to each session, but we'll get to have a feel, at least, of what happened in each of the plenary. So panel 1 was moderated by Joseph O'Reilly. We had speakers, Baila from ITA Pakistan, Vain from UIS, Rona from FCDO, Honorable Senator Esther from the Parliament of Kenya. We had Manos Antoninis from GEM Report. For panel 2, moderated by Utibe, we had Ben from Gates Foundation, Norm from Youth Impact Management, PAL Network, Veronica from Botswana Ministry of Education, Regional Operations Director. Panel 3, moderated by Rajib, we had Shem from Adea, Polycarp from UNICEF, Baraka, Wezo, Tanzania, and Rosa from Hempel Foundation. So I'm giving you 5 minutes each, if you could give us quick highlights from your sessions so that we get a feel of what happened. And let's start from panel 3, going all the way to 1.
So good afternoon, everyone. In panel 3, building a stronger evidence ecosystem for inclusive and holistic learning. The question was for us, how do we move from generating evidence to transforming system together? This conversation in our panel was not about what the data tells us alone. It was about what we will now collectively do with it. And our panel brought together leaders from ADIA, UNICEF, UEJO Tanzania, and Hempel Foundation to discuss how we can all strengthen the evidence ecosystem. That we try to build on this morning's report release and panel. When we heard about the learning crisis, the children going to school for more than 7, 8, 10 years and not able to read, with that, it's not a school crisis alone. It's not learning crisis alone. It is ecosystem crisis. That's the main starting point for us. And it is shaped by, the crisis shaped by homes, languages, communities, financing model, governance structure. So the panel collectively explore how public and private institutions, or we stakeholders, can jointly enhance our evidence uptake and data-informed system so that we can act on it. Some key messages are, I'm going to read out some key messages from the panel. Foundational learning challenges require coherent, multi-sectoral action. Fragmented initiatives dilute the impact. So evidence must be embedded in national planning cycle, not treated as ad hoc or donor-driven projects. So governments provide not only financing, but also leadership, legitimacy, and the ability to align agendas across sectors. Some of our panelists also say, let's keep governments more closer as possible as we can do. So moving from projects, so there are some suggestions how we can move from projects to programs to now movement. So let's make foundational learning act like remedial actions as a movement, not as a program or projects. So it is essential to create sustained system change. And also there are some key takeaways, like countries must integrate household-based data Like for example, including disability data, non-formal data into EMS system. So even some of our panel is saying that the household data, admin data, and citizen-generated data also are part of major EMS system. It's not like in isolation or not separate. So stronger data observation and feedback loop capacity is required to reach classroom so quickly. So we need real-time data to reach classroom so that we can have quickly action with quality. And high-impact remedial and instructional approaches exist, but we need to scale them urgently. That's the need we discussed. Also, honest reflection on what is not working is necessary to avoid perpetuating ineffective interventions. And another one point was there, philanthropy should invest in public goods like ICAN-ICAR, and also strengthen national system to embed this kind of data generation system. It is important for us to integrate ICAN-ICAR like data into national planning cycles. Second, to develop inclusive funding method that prioritize children with different kind of needs, those in emergencies, and make them more visible and more forefront. Also to promote shared responsibility and accountability, because ICAN-ICAR, we saw this morning the report, is most powerful when it leads to the collective action. And the panel emphasized that we must move beyond generating evidence to using it. We have to ensure that no child remains invisible. So our main focus should be there. And also another one, a shared vision co-created with governments and partners is essential for building ecosystem, because one of our panelists saying that we need to have government and partners to have vision, and then also we need the vision publicly shared. And then we need champions to implement that, and also co-creation, co-collaboration to implement that. So they have very clear discussion was there. And also it is important to remind all of us, it is shared responsibility. It's no one single responsibility. So we all here, from government, donors, private, public, and stakeholders, it is our shared responsibility between all of us to work closer, more possible. So private and public actors jointly work to ensure children with disabilities, out of school children also, to ensure they are not invisible. So this effort is very important, and it requires political and financial commitments to sustain inclusive data system. Now all panels, in our panelists and people also, like we have discussed on that many times, we bring a lot of shopping list of recommendation. So here in our panel, at last, we are trying to bring 2 questions for all of us for today. To just conclude, as a key point from our panel are 2 questions for all of us to collectively solve. If we could make one commitment today to strengthen the evidence ecosystem in 2026, what it would be. And another question from our panel to all of us again, how will we ensure ICAN-ICAR like data is not one-off report, but a living tool? Thank you. These are 2 questions for us. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Utibe Henshaw. Moderated the panel on transformative pedagogies, how we scale teaching innovation to prepare learners for a rapidly changing world. And I'll tell you right now, it was a very intense and long conversation, and I may not have captured everything that was said, but I think these 5 points kind of anchor the depth of the conversation. So we started with the insights from the ICAN and ICAR reports on pedagogy and teaching innovation. And that report told us learning inequalities start early, and schooling does not necessarily equate to learning. So children can be in school and be learning very little. And that pedagogies assume readiness rather than build readiness. So having known this, how then do we respond as researchers, implementers? And the first consensus we came to that our first job is to create demand in governments for the innovative approaches that we implement, for the research and the data that we collect, because governments are the single institution that are able to scale these interventions. And so we do that by working with government, experimenting with them, learning with them, and making sure that we're not just scaling by handing over our intervention, but like somebody used the illustration of passing the baton, but that we innovate within government and we use evidence constantly. The third point was we must treat assessment and pedagogy as an ecosystem, as opposed to standalone activities. And this in particular to the PAL network as designers and implementers of learning assessment. That it's fantastic that our assessments can be used for accountability, whether at education systems level or community and grassroots levels, but they must also be integrated. It shouldn't become this parallel system, side by side with the education sector or education service delivery systems, but should become part of the system to influence other areas like teacher professional development, the design of teaching and learning materials, even the use of technology, such as artificial intelligence and whatnot. And related to this, we must then focus on strengthening ecosystem actors, right? So teachers, parents, communities, and governments must work together in harmony to scale the things that we know work, so that then they can work at scale, if that makes sense. And finally, in planning for scale as implementers, we have to be patient, don't walk away too quickly, commit to the process and see it through with government. Also design pilots that are actually scalable, right? Sometimes scaling is not, or the failure to scale is not a function of scaling itself, it's a function of the design of the pilot. And so in that, we have to build or implement models that are simple and easy to replicate. Particularly because teaching innovations, learning innovations require high levels of fidelity, to see change at scale. And finally, to fail fast and learn fast. So if you're implementing any sort of intervention at scale, you will probably be failing in one area or two very early in the life cycle. And the idea was we discover those things quickly in hand or side by side with the government, learn from them, and adapt quickly. Thank you very much.
Feels like we're running a relay with a baton being passed, but it's a microphone. So, hi everyone. And some of the other speakers asked, are you happy? How are you feeling now? Well, at least one person's feeling happy. Yeah, I can see more smiles. You've had lunch, and now you've had a break, so hopefully everyone's feeling good. I have to say, you would have come away from our session if you had attended it feeling pretty happy for PAL, because the first message that came up very, very clearly from our presentation or the discussion was one of kudos and congratulations and recognition, really. We had UIS on the panel, we had the Global Education Monitoring Report, we also had FCDO in the form of Rona and Bela and a senator from Kenya. But there was a universal recognition, but in particular from UIS, of the valuable work that PAL has done, of the achievements that it has been able to secure, and critically, I think, of the value of its data. And I think that the second message then, so I think a big round of applause for that, because that was definitely the spirit in which all of that was provided in our session. The second thing that really led to, which is my second message, is open door. I think there's a really big open door from UIS in particular. So if we understand the roles and responsibilities of the institutions, UIS is responsible for verifying the data, right? Making sure and validating it, making sure that what is counted can be included in the SDG 4 indicators, and in particular, obviously we're talking about 4.1.8. And in this instance, there was a very clear message from Sven, the interim director at UIS, that there is a pathway to include the citizen-led assessment in the 4.1.8 data collection and validation exercise. We didn't have an opportunity to go into that in some detail, although I think that was Sven's intention, but we were having more of a discussion. But I would say that's really an open door. So that's the second message, and it's really for you now as a community to take that forward. Someone did say to me that if you give Armando an inch on this issue, he'll take a mile, which is a very positive thing. And I think that the responsibility now is to the community to take that up and really leverage that big opportunity. But we also discussed the fact that even having a great indicator isn't good enough in itself, right? Or great data. It needs to shape understanding of both the extent of this challenge and its importance, and then most importantly, inform and drive action. And I think that we did a little assessment where we said, how good have we been at that? And people gave that way from Rona from FCDO. So I think that's a really key message. And I think that we have achieved a lot, but we can't sit on our laurels and assume that that's good enough. And as we look to make sure that the data can be used to report on the indicator, the other dimension of the work, if there are two dimensions moving forward, is to make sure that that indicator and that data is used to drive an understanding of the problem and action to solve it. And then maybe the final thing I would say that came out of the session is learning has to happen in school, obviously, and that's what we're driving at, but there are still too many kids out of school, and that learning has to happen in other spaces as well. And Bela in particular, she really issued an appeal to activate learning and reading in particular in lots of other spaces, in the community, in libraries, in faith-based organizations, etc., so that we take this out of a conversation that is exclusively about trying to influence the education sector. That's important, it's the primary activity, but learning happens everywhere, right throughout life, and we can support that in lots of different ways. I think that's enough from us.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Now let me stand up here. Fine, so hoping that everyone has gotten something from the summaries. I will not add, since they have been given very precisely. Thank you so much for moderating our panel discussions. Thank you for sharing the highlights of the sessions, and thank you to our participants for actually staying on and listening on up to this moment. So let's give them a round of applause as they sit. Thank you so much. Yes, it's okay. Now, as we prepare to dance later in the evening, we'd want to appreciate the journey that we have come this far as the PAL network. Let's take another field pilot too. Or are we on the main assessment for our documentary? David, if we can screen this so that we get to have a chance to see where we have come from, see the members in action, the volunteers, hear from the leaders here. To clap for ourselves. We now need to go and celebrate with song and dance, and maybe something more. We will wait for the organizers to let us know when we get to the venue. So please, at 6:30, let's meet at the venue where we had our lunch. Yes. And if you came with your cultural, national attire, that is the time to come and showcase the diversity in our network. So please take a moment. No pressure, as I wrote somewhere in an email. Don't worry. But if you came with one, that is the time to also come address to show our diversity. And I know, and I'm told a few have brought their national flags. Please don't forget them in your bags, in your rooms, or wherever it is that you put them. So come with them for that session. For tomorrow, we shall be starting at exactly 8:30 a.m. in the morning. So kindly be seated by 8:25 so that we can start on time. We will have a plenary discussion where we listen from representatives from the various government institutions, various countries represented in the room. And thereafter, we will have 3 workshop sessions that will be engaging. Once we do that, mid-morning, we will be back to close before lunch. So the collective session will end just before we go for lunch. And those are the few announcements that I needed to close with. This journey that we have seen, a few highlights have also been shared around our room and outside. We have posters by the members. We'll see how we can get tomorrow to go through. But please take a moment to also see what is there, so that when it comes to the session to interact with the different member organizations, you will be prepared. So this is the time now that we all stand up. Let's stand, please. And we started with numeracy. So I know I said 5 earlier, but I got like 10. So I hope by the time the session is done, we can count to 5. So I will give you a cue, and the cue will be 3, 2, 1, and then we will clap 5 times. Remember, we are appreciating ourselves for being in this room. We are appreciating all the speakers of the day. We are appreciating all the people that we represent in the institutions that we come from, but above all, the children that matter most in what we are doing. So I'll give a cue, and we are counting how many? We are clapping only 5. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go. Can we do a last take? There is always a pretest, right? But I'm not going to do a second pretest. So this is the actual assessment. So we are doing how many claps? 5. So wait for me to say go, and then we start. So 3, 2, 1, go. Awesome. So thank the neighbor that you're with. Share a word or two, and let's meet at 6:30 at the lunch venue. Thank you.